Live from Harris Field on the campus of Belmont High School. This is a special Belmont Media Center broadcast of Soccer Night in Belmont. Tonight, the Belmont Marauders take on the Watertown Raiders. I'm Scott Landry, joined on the broadcast by Jeremy Meserve on camera and Brian Meringer here on commentary with me on this beautiful September afternoon. And it's our joy to welcome you to the broadcast and to thank you for tuning in. Brian, Soccer Night in Belmont draws a huge crowd of youth soccer players, their families, and many other people who love soccer from both Belmont and Watertown to watch this varsity action. What's your favorite thing about Soccer Night in Belmont?
I think that it's a community event. So, you know, it's a great event that's been put on for years now with Rob Gray and John Carson coming up with the idea of how do you get almost a Premier League game from England into Belmont, Massachusetts. And so there's a lot of different aspects that you'll see tonight that are a lot of fun for the kids. But one of the things you'll see from the Belmont players is you'll see wristbands, and the wristbands represent what color team they were when they were in kindergarten, first, and second grade. So you see a lot of youth soccer players here. For example, you'll see some with orange wristbands because they were the Orange Tigers. And it's just a wonderful community event. You're hoping that people are showing up. It's a beautiful night, and that, you know, some of these players in the stands might later aspire to be out there and playing themselves. So it's just a wonderful community event.
One of the partners with Soccer Night in Belmont is the Belmont Soccer Association. So let's dig a little deeper into those wristbands. So John Carson and Rob Gray's vision 7-8 years ago when they came up with this was to create an event where the youngest players in town, those kindergartners, would come to this evening, see the players on the field, and then want to take the field themselves a decade later. And we're seeing that already with some of the younger players on the Belmont girls varsity team. John Carson was telling me before the game that nearly every one of the girls players came up through Belmont Soccer, most through kindergarten, but certainly some before Belmont Soccer Association ends in 8th grade. So it's just a wonderful thing to know that they never forget the color of their kindergarten through second team.
No, there are still arguments in our house over which team was better. Was it the red team or the orange team? And so what I really love about Second Soccer, which is now Belmont Soccer Association, is that's really a place that a lot of families meet for the first time. So you move to Belmont, or you've lived in Belmont for a while, and one of your kind of first groupings is you're on the field on Saturday mornings in the fall and the spring, and it brings together families, and sometimes you develop relationships and friendships through kind of that first meeting of your kids' soccer program.
And one of the unique things about it is when our kids were going through elementary school, they went to the neighborhood school, in our case Winbrook, but they didn't meet kids who went to Butler or Wellington or Burbank until they got to Second Soccer. And it was those Second Soccer relationships that when they got to the middle school at Chenery, they recognized all their friends that they had known through soccer, and it made adjusting as they grow older much, much easier. So we welcome you again here to Belmont Soccer Night in Belmont. There's going to be a huge procession before the game. We got about 8 more minutes before that begins. It's worth seeing just the joy of the youngest soccer players in town walking in with the high schoolers that they look up to. So, Brian, this first game is going to be the girls varsity of Belmont versus the varsity girls of Watertown, and several storylines. New coach for Belmont, Jemmy Kange, and he succeeded Paul Graham, who coached for more than 5 decades here at the varsity in Belmont. Has to be a challenge for any coach to succeed somebody that is literally in the Massachusetts High School Coach Hall of Fame.
Yes, and I think he's made a great transition. I think the kids really enjoy playing for him. Right now, it's I think he brings a great energy. He himself was quite a player, played at UConn, played a little bit for, I believe, the U20 Haitian national team. He's quite a player himself. He's got some experience coaching at the high school level, and he's really brought some really nice energy to the program. Unfortunately, he's been... unfortunately, the team's had a few injuries early on.
We'll get to that in a moment, but tell me a little bit more about the style of play he likes to coach.
Well, I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to get the fullbacks a little bit more involved in the offense. So typically when you talk soccer and you talk formations, you don't include the goalie and you go from the defense up to the offense. So he's usually played 4 in the back, 4 in the middle, and 2 up front, although depending on the game, he's adjusted that formation. So when they played Winchester, who tends to be one of the powerhouses in the league, he switched up his formation. So he's not just wedded to this is the way we're going to do it every time. He's willing to change from game to game.
So I think what you're saying is all 10 players, except for the goalie, are involved in the offense. All 10 players are expected to play defense. Some teams occasionally can fall into some bad habits where the defenders are just there to make sure the other team doesn't score goals, and the offenders are there to try to put it in the net. But really elite soccer, beautiful soccer to watch, is when everybody's touching the ball and you're doing misdirection and you're moving the ball all across the field.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things he really wants to get everyone involved. He doesn't want to just say, hey, you're a defender, you just defend. He wants to make sure that everyone is kind of moving offensively and defensively. So he expects some of his forwards to get back and play defense. He expects his defenders to get involved in the offense.
Coming into the season, Brian, you thought that this girls' Belmont varsity soccer team was going to be loaded with the new coach, experienced and talented midfield, but 3 of their leaders on the field, including 2 of their captains, one of whom is your daughter Kylie, the other 2 are Sabrina Sauls, a senior captain, and then Lena Marinell, a very, very talented junior. They're all missing this game with injury.
Yeah, so, I think last year when we were doing this, we were saying that unfortunately Belmont had been a little snake bit by injuries or whatnot. A year ago, there were 4 captains that were supposed to be out there, including your daughter. 2 of them went to private school. Your daughter tore ACL, and you thought maybe, okay, that's the bad luck, and we turned the page. Unfortunately, this year, Sabrina Sauls, who might get some playing time tonight, she's coming back from a torn ACL, which she tore in January and she got surgery in early March. So we're hoping that she'll start seeing the field a little bit more. Played a couple minutes the other night in Melrose, just trying to get back in the swing of things. I feel really bad for Lena. Last year, coming out, high expectations. First practice, breaks her arm and is out for the season. This year, she's looking forward to the season once again. And a scrimmage against Newton North goes down and has an ankle problem that's 4 to 6 weeks. And then my daughter, unfortunately, during a scrimmage, they find out that she has cartilage problems, and she'll get surgery Monday. So you had 4 midfielders, 2 two-year captains, another one who you're really counting on to score, and all 3 of them will be out for considerable time. And, I think if you're a new coach, you're looking and you're saying, wow, we've got some experienced midfielders and away we go, and it's not to be. So you're going to have some of the players who were not expected to play as big a role, play a bigger role, and kind of get used to high school soccer.
So many of our listeners probably have coached soccer or played soccer. Some of our listeners may know nothing about soccer other than their daughter or their granddaughter is going to be playing in this next game. So when it comes to midfield, that tends to be where the coaches play either their most experienced players and or their most talented players, because they're essentially running 90 yards all the time from end to end. They're expected to be very talented offensively, but also talented defensively and in great shape. So when you lose that experience in the midfield, it's a challenge for any coach, particularly a new coach, getting to know his players for the first time this season, not having seen their development, not knowing necessarily which of those players played midfield throughout all of youth soccer. So how's it going with the Belmont girls soccer trying to make adjustments on the field?
And I think they are adjusting. So I think if you had said in the summer, what is the lineup that would be out there, everyone would kind of be slotted. Now that you've lost 3 out of your 4 starting midfielders, what you've had to do is take other players. So, for example, Bridget Gray will probably play in the midfield. Bridget is a 4-year varsity player. They've moved her from defense, but of course that means you now need to have a defender. Lily Duffy, who is also a 4-year varsity soccer player was a forward. She's gone into the midfield. So you're kind of begging and borrowing and putting in different parts. And, I think that might be more successful in the midfield, but then obviously you're trying to plug other holes as well. And so, you're hoping that the rest of the season everyone's healthy and, we've seen kind of the last of the injury bugs. And we're also hoping Sabrina comes back, Lena comes back. So you're hoping that the players that they want to rely on are coming back and will be healthy and contributors for the season.
It is a deep team, but it's a young team for Belmont. Let's move on to Watertown. So never before in Soccer Night in Belmont has Watertown competed against Belmont. It's typically been Winchester or Arlington, and one year I think it was Lexington.
Yeah.
And what John Carson was telling me this week is the Watertown community has really embraced this idea of getting their whole soccer community into it at a level that I don't think we've seen often. Watertown just, Belmont's a postage stamp. I mean, it's really small, but I think a lot of folks from Belmont are always in Watertown, either at the Arsenal Mall or the Target or something like that. And many of these players, particularly on the boys' side later, grew up playing against Watertown guys. So this could be the beginning of a rivalry between these two, a collaborative rivalry on Soccer Night in Belmont, given how the first year's been going.
Yeah, I think Watertown is much improved in soccer, especially on the girls' side, over the last couple of years. So, I mean, when people think of Watertown, they think of sports. They obviously think of field hockey. And I think for years, a lot of the more athletic girls have gone to play field hockey over soccer. It's why they're one of the dominant programs in the state in any sport. I mean, you talk Watertown field hockey, you just see banners and state championships. And now they've kind of switched, and they've got some really good soccer players. And last year, for the first time in a while, it was a very competitive game, and it was a 1-1 tie in Watertown. And I expect that this will be a closely fought game as well.
Belmont comes into the season at 0-2-1. They tied Stoneham 1-1. They lost to Winchester last week 3-0. They lost to Melrose just a couple of days ago 2-0. And now we start the two teams walking in, the varsity players accompanied by young and budding future varsity soccer players from both towns. Belmont led by their four captains. Bridget Gray, number 10, Sabrina Sauls, 21. Kylie Meringer, 21, Sabrina Sauls, 15, Lily Duffy, 18. I think both teams are in order of seniors to the youngest players. Both teams have freshmen. Belmont, one freshman on the team. Watertown, 4 of their 17 players are first-year players.
And this is where you really get the kind of community feel. So you're going to get the kids who get to walk out on the turf. There's a great crowd here. I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better night. And, it's a special thing. We're also going to have, I believe the national anthem is going to be by the Chenery Middle School. So you have elementary school kids, you have obviously the high school kids playing, and then you're having different musical groups by the middle school. And that's what we mean by a really good or a great community event.
One of the things I love most about this is how many different groups are involved, as you were just talking about. I know my daughter did this walk 4 times, as your daughter Kylie is doing. Out there we can see her, unfortunately, with her knee brace on. And my daughter just loved this walk. She was most excited when she would show up to the field to play in the game, but then seeing the excitement of the kindergartens or first graders just got her jazzed in a particular way.
Well, I think just the size of the crowd, it's tough not to get excited as a high school athlete.
You can see behind all the players, they have flags of the countries of origin of any player for both boys teams or both girls teams, varsity teams tonight, their grandparents or their parents. And we'll talk about in the second game, 19 of the 23 Belmont varsity boys players have at least one parent who was born out of the United States. I was shocked by that statistic. I confirmed it to make sure it was right. I don't know what the stats are for the other 3 teams that we'll be seeing today, but John Carson was telling me he had to put up, I think, 9 new flags just from different countries this year that are new to soccer night in Belmont.
And I think that's one of the allures of soccer. It's such an international sport, and so you have people who are. We're gonna let the.
Now we're gonna let David Kane, our public address announcer, take the next 5 minutes or so.
Soccer programs to our youth programs. The Belmont Soccer Association and Watertown Youth Soccer. Almost 100% of the Belmont girls varsity team played in the Belmont Soccer Association. Tonight, in recognition of the contribution of our youth soccer programs made in developing these high school athletes, Belmont players are wearing wristbands in the color of their Belmont youth soccer team uniform. Now please stand for our national anthem performed by the Chenery Middle School Chorus, Sarah Carson Director, and the Watertown Youth Chorus, Abby Marauder Director.
A soccer night first. Middle schools from both towns singing the national anthem. Wonderful collaboration. Coaches are meeting with referees and each other to talk about how they'll start the game today, and I think we'll have something special coming up right at the beginning of the game that they're working out the details now. Now we'll hear the starting lineups by David King. Belmont dresses 25 varsity players, 1 9th grader, 6 10th graders, 6 11th graders, and 12 12th graders. Watertown dresses 17 players on the girls varsity team, 4 freshmen, 2 sophomores, 5 juniors, and 6 seniors.
one of the things we were talking about before the national anthem was just kind of Watertown and the improvement of their soccer team. So for years, great field hockey program, but because you had only so many athletes in the high school, many of them played field hockey, and not as many of them played soccer. But now you're having a little bit of that switch change. And one of the interesting things was last year was a 1-1 tie. It was a really close game. It was really the first time that Watertown had really competed with Belmont in the last few years. And it was actually a huge tie in the fact that when Belmont at the end of the year, if that tie had become a win, they would have been to the tournament. But because it was a tie and not a win, they did not get into the tournament. And there's other games you can talk about as well. But I think it was a real big step for Watertown to really have that tie. And one of the things that I think you always have to look at when you're talking about any high school sports is just the number of kids that you have in the building. So Belmont has, let's say 1,300 kids or 1,200 kids. Watertown is one of the smallest schools in the league. They just have less students. And so I think that's a factor as well. But I think they're extremely well coached. If you look at comparison scores so far, I think this should be a really close game. And I know Watertown, with the tie last year, I think it felt great for them. I think a win tonight in soccer night in Belmont would be a tremendous feat for them. And I think they do have a few breaks where Belmont's a little banged up tonight. So, I think it's a real opportunity for Watertown soccer to take a step tonight.
For every sport, players get the calendar and they circle a couple of games. And certainly for Belmont varsity boys and girls, they've been circling soccer night in Belmont, but they probably also circle whenever they're playing Winchester, whenever they're playing Arlington, whenever they're playing Lexington. Perhaps this is the beginning of circling when they play the Watertown Raiders. For Watertown, as you mentioned, last year's game against Belmont might have been one of their season highlights. And that is something you want to build on. And that is, the mentality that you might have. It's like, we always play well against Belmont. Why?
Yes.
Because we played last year well. So we'll see if that carries over.
Yeah, in high school sports, some of the stuff is, you've got to believe that you can win. And sometimes, I think some of the bigger schools come in like a Winchester, and you're just used to being like, that's Winchester, and you're almost in awe of certain teams. And if you can start challenging and all of a sudden believe, that's half the battle sometimes. It's sometimes half the battle is between the ears.
The teams are just doing a little bit more warm-ups so that we hope no injuries in this game because they went through the big procession. So let's review who's on the Belmont roster. Again, 25 varsity players are rostered. Kate Grimble, number 0, senior goalie. 00, Yuval Galani, senior starting goalie. Jane Caputo, number 2, a junior. Sarah Yu, number 3, a second-year sophomore varsity player. Allie Caputo, number 4, who's a junior. I'm going to pause now, let David Kane talk about the starting lineups. Going through Watertown first.
Number 0, junior, Sarah Morrissey. At fullback, number 16, junior, Lindsay Leitner. At midfield, number 15, junior, Lily Lambo. At fullback, number 17, junior, Molly Sheehan. At midfield,
Those are the starting lineups. We were wondering if we had referees. One referee was just special delivered in the golf cart right to the field. Probably underestimated how much time it might take to find parking close to Belmont High School here on soccer night when you have a couple of thousand people here.
Yeah, I think, it's one of those things, and the AD is definitely worried about when all of a sudden they look around, they're like, wow, there's only one ref here. We got 1,000 people here. We got to start the game. What are we going to do? But the referee has made it in time. It's a 5 o'clock start. I assume we're going to be a few minutes late, but, looking for a great night of soccer.
So again, the full rosters, we were up to Ali Caputo, then Hannah Glavin, Lucy Cabral, Dana Lair, Ruby Jones, Lena Marinell, Bridget Gray for Belmont, Molly Plunkett, Lily and Kiki Hovsepian, Sabrina Sauls, Danica Zika, a fantastic young freshman for Belmont, Val Defoe, Lily Duffy, Becca Lloyd, Kylie Meringer, Anna Santos, Evie Boas, Lucy Hines, Sadie Taylor. The managers are Anna Ebro and Lily Wright, and the first-year coach is Jemmy Cange. And then for Watertown, there's 17 players: Sarah Morrissey, Emma McComber, Shannon and Caitlin Fitzpatrick, Gabby Bonderick, Evelyn Follett, Ellen Murphy, Kelsey Fitzgerald, Amanda Costco, Elsa Ryan, Moya Flanagan, Isabel Lagudakis, Lily Lambeau, Lindsay Leitner, Molly Sheehan, Lara Kababjian, and Luciana Castro Guevara. The coach for Watertown is John Flachos, his assistants Christina Vlachos and Francisco Romero, and their goaltending coach is Casey Howie. Just about ready for game time to begin. We did mention Belmont's injuries to two of their senior captains, Sabrina Sauls and Kylie Meringer. Given the starting lineups that were just announced and the meeting on the field between the coaches, what I think is happening is that Kylie and Sabrina will get the honorary first kickoff, and then they'll likely move the ball off the field so that they can safely return to the bench before substitutes take their place. Nice show of sportsmanship for Watertown to allow Belmont senior captains to experience a little bit of soccer night in Belmont on the field.
Yeah, I think, so obviously one is my daughter who's getting surgery on Monday, and the other one is Sabrina Sauls. Sabrina actually played a little bit the other night and might actually play a little bit tonight. So we're hoping for that. I don't know if, I think ceremonial, she's out at the game, but at the same time, they are doing, a nice thing, I think, with my daughter in the fact that they're allowing her to come out and just kind of be a part of it. Obviously, it wasn't ideal. I think she was thinking of a longer season and more playing time than this minute, but it is something she's looking forward to. Unfortunately, this is the second year that it's happened. The same thing happened to your daughter last year after tearing an ACL, in which she was able to go out to the field one last time to be part of the team and run out.
Great idea by Coach Kange, Coach Jemmy. Throughout the night, I'll probably pronounce his name 20 different times, Brian. You gotta correct me on that. We'll just call him Coach Jemmy from this point forward. That's a little bit easy to remember.
And that's what we all hear in the house. Hey, it's Coach Jemmy. It's Jemmy. It's Jemmy. So I'm not 100% sure how to have his last name either.
I've been in here at all the soccer nights. I think this is the most crowded, at least the home stands have been, which is wonderful to see. Still got some room looking directly into the sun on the other side. I think you will have more people in the second game out there. So you're seeing Kylie Meringer at the middle of the field. Looks like she's going to be able to tap the ball. We'll see if she does it with her left foot to Sabrina, and then we'll see what happens after that. 40-minute halves here in Massachusetts high school soccer. The kickoff for Belmont, Kylie to Sabrina. Sabrina kicks it out of bounds. It'll be Watertown's ball, and the ref will let them sub. Two popular seniors, well liked by their classmates, certainly well respected by parents, giving them a nice warm appreciation for all they've meant to Belmont soccer and Belmont High School
You know,
soccer.
both of them 2-year captains, 4 years varsity players. Unfortunately, one tore an ACL and one needs cartilage surgery. So it is one of the unfortunate things about the girls' game is the amount of injuries to knees. And so both of them, you know, Sabrina hopefully will be back and a big part of the team. Last year, she's a league all-star. She's been starting since her freshman year. Kylie, unfortunately, my daughter, will have cartilage surgery on Monday, also a 4-year player and a 2-year captain. So, as we said, unfortunately for Belmont, 3 out of their 4 starting midfielders are right now out with injuries. We're hoping 2 are coming back, and the other one hopefully will be a great assistant coach this year.
Belmont comes out very aggressively, keeping the ball in Watertown's half of the field. Got Sadie Cabral up to Kiki Hovsepian.
As you can see, the Belmont looks like they're in a familiar 4-4-2 right here. It looks like you have more of a diamond shape in the middle. You obviously can see the 4 backs. So from Emily McHugh to the other side, Kiki Hovsepian. Evie Bose is playing kind of a defensive midfielder. And then on either side, you have Sarah Yu and you have Bridget Gray. And Lily Duffy has come back to become that attacking midfielder.
That was Sarah Yu with the ball.
And Sarah's one of those people they're really relying on this year to take a lot bigger of a role. You know, she's kind of the triple threat. She plays in the band, but she's also an incredible basketball player.
Belmont again, first too many of the balls here against Watertown. Nice lead pass, just a little bit too long for Danica. Belmont's got to take that ball in the air, knowing what kind of leg the Watertown goalie has. That's a really great.
Definitely looked like a little confusion in the back. The communication didn't look so great, kind of a bouncing ball and kind of looking at each other.
Good step by Watertown. Amanda Costco with the pass just goes a little bit long. It looks like it's going to cross the end line. It'll be a goal kick for Belmont's Yuval Galani.
Yeah. One of the things you'll notice last year as well is the Watertown goalie does a great job of coming out and playing like a traditional, what they would call a sweeper keeper, which in that we're talking about she can play with her feet. She's going to come out and challenge. She's not going to be the prototypical stay at home in the net. She's going to come out and try to be another field player. And so, you know, Sarah Morrissey, I think last year when the teams played, did a great job.
This is Lily Duffy, can't connect with Bridget Gray, but Bridget wins the ball back.
One of the things you're going to see Belmont try to get to the ball is to freshman number 16, Danica Zika, who has been an incredible player in terms of, you'll notice her, not only does she have incredible speed, but she has incredible speed with the ball. If she picks the ball up in the 40, she's running like at a great pace for 20, 30 yards with the ball.
Throw in there by Emily McHugh, now up to number 3 for Watertown. That's Shannon Fitzpatrick. And goes over Yuval.
Watertown's on the board.
Goal for Watertown. They go up 1-0. It looked like Yuval Galani, her eyes were right in the sun. I don't think she saw that, Brian.
Yeah, I'm not sure she did. Unfortunately, what happened was the initial play, I'm not sure if there was conversation between the backs of who had that ball. It looked like, once again, a little bit of miscommunication in the back.
So Watertown scores with just under 5 minutes elapsed here in the first half to go up 1-0. I didn't get the name of the player who scored. Was that number 3 from the corner?
I believe so. And it looks like right now Belmont's a little back on the heels. Obviously, they were hoping for a big crowd, a quick score, and you know it's tough to give up a quick goal like that.
If it is number 3, the goal to Shannon Fitzpatrick, senior captain for Watertown.
Oh, we have an illegal throw-in. Not the start Belmont was looking for.
Soccer's just one of those games. Belmont had controlled most of the ball. That was Watertown's first opportunity. If that was intended as a shot, that was a beautiful shot, chipping it over the goalie. I'm not sure if it was, but Watertown will take it. Here goes Lily Duffy up to Danica Zika. Danica does a good job of staying on side there. Looks like she's going to get a good opportunity back here to 13 of Seppi, and she kicks it. Blocked by the Watertown defender. Nice defense by Watertown.
And you see the speed in which she has. If it was a little bit more of a through ball, I think it could have sent her. One of the things I think the midfield is still getting used to is where Danica likes the ball.
But she had what they call in football breakaway speed on that.
She has breakaway speed. You'll see that
create
tonight.
Space for herself. I think Danica scored Belmont's first goal of the season, I believe, in their first game.
Yes.
Great when you're starting as a freshman. Probably have more butterflies than the sophomores, juniors, and seniors, and you're able to do what you do best, score goals right off the bat, get your high school career off to a good start.
You know, I think one of the things we talked about is Belmont missing some senior leadership in the middle, and one of the things that you were relying on some of those midfielders to actually score. And so far, one of the things that Belmont has struggled with is putting the ball in the net. They played 3 games and only have 1 goal to speak of.
Sadie Cabral with the back pass to Yuval Galani, now up to Lily Duffy. Lily trying to find the other Lily Hovsepian. Lily Hovsepian, sophomore, first year on the team, I believe. She may have been called up at the end of last season. I can't remember.
No, this is her first varsity action, and her sister Kiki is playing on the same side. So one's 13, one's 14. They're both on the left side.
We're going to have 2 of the same player. It could have been a short name for us broadcasters, not to have to try to get Hovsepian out there many times.
Well, the good thing is Kiki has spent a lot of time in the Merringer household, so we're quite familiar with the Hovsepians.
If you're just joining us, 1-0 Watertown. They scored 4 minutes 30 seconds approximately into the first half. With a long shot into the sun over Belmont goalie Yuval Galani's head to put Watertown up 1-0. Beyond that rush that resulted in that goal, Belmont has controlled much of the action. Both coaches have some things to be pleased about thus far. I would suspect both coaches have.
And here we go. And this is what I really like the Watertown goalie. It comes out from there. So Belmont's trying to play a through ball to try to get number 16, Danica, into the play. But if they played a little too far, the goalie's just coming out and controlling the 18-yard box.
That is Watertown goalie Sarah Morrissey, a junior. Teams just play so much more aggressively when they have a goalie that gives them confidence. And just seeing the first few minutes here, I think that's the case here for the Watertown Raiders. Nice competitiveness by both Belmont and Watertown on that. Goes off of the Watertown defender. It'll be a Belmont corner kick, as she has for the last couple of years. Belmont's Bridget Gray, number 10, will go down and take it. These set plays like a corner kick, great opportunity to score.
It's a great ball.
Nice attempted header by Emily McHugh, not able to get a clean strike on it, but she was in the right place for sure. Good win there by Danica. Watertown clearing quite a bit as Belmont's putting on a decent amount of pressure. other than giving up that goal, if you're Coach Jemmy for Belmont, you'd be pleased with the start of your team.
Yeah. You need to clean up some communication issues, but other than that, they've controlled the play, but it hasn't had a real serious opportunity to score.
That is Hannah Glavin with the clear.
Hannah's having a great season. So she's starting as a junior, was on the team last year, played a little midfield, and also played in the back, and just is developing a lot of confidence back there.
Pass the right wing by Amanda Costco, but taken away by Kiki Hovsepian. Now up to Lily Hovsepian. Back
Nice
to Hannah
ball.
Glavin, up to Bridget Gray. Bridget hits the
Going to
through
set
ball to
Danica in,
Zika.
but once again, the goalie's coming out.
So without that smart goalie play, that's probably a goal from Belmont. So
Well, it's a good breakaway, and they're going to really have to make sure they know when they're playing that ball in where the goalie is.
where should they be aiming on that when you have a goalie that's that aggressive, Brian?
I think if you can play the ball a little bit out to the side, you're a little bit better. Nice ball by Bridget Gray right here to Emily McHugh. We'll see if Emily can take it.
Emily battling with number 15, Lily Lambeau for Watertown. Good effort by both players. Sadie Cabrel with the header there. Now this is Evie Boas back to Sadie Cabrel.
They're starting to string some passes
Emily
together.
McHugh now up
And
to
here we
Danica
go.
Zika. This looks like it is going to be a breakaway. Zika versus Montgomery. And Zika shoots it. Score! Belmont evens to score. Danica Zika on the goal with a great pass by Evie Boas. 1-1 here at Belmont's Harris Field.
So I will say what she does incredibly well is she cuts off the line at the fence. And so what Danica does that is just like instinctive is the ball is played forward, there's a defender, and she cuts off the defender and puts her on her back pocket. She just did an incredible job there. It is something you try to teach youth soccer players, to cut off the line at the fence, and she just did an incredible job. Every breakaway she has, less of going to goal, more of taking your body and putting it before the defender and scores. So she's just got that incredible knack on breakaways of speed, having the ball, and making sure she puts a defender in a bad position.
One of the things I liked about that play is Watertown has an aggressive goalie in Sarah Morrissey, and the way Danica approached kept Sarah Morrissey at her line. I think Danica was faking with her hip movements and things like that to keep Morrissey back so that Danica would have much greater open net.
Yeah.
1-1, Belmont and Watertown here from Harris Field. Scott Landry, Brian Merringer, and Jeremy Meserve on the broadcast.
Always does a great job, Jeremy. It's good to see him back on the camera.
We are lucky to have him and the whole team at Belmont Media, always a partner with Soccer Night in Belmont, bringing this to not only those in Belmont who can't make it to Harris Field, but the many relatives across the country and across the world. I do know in the second game we'll have people in France watching that.
No, that's
that
fantastic. Be a late night for him.
There's only one soccer night, Brian. Whether you're in France, China, Belmont, Mass, worth watching.
Fantastic.
And we're happy to be bringing it to you. So
The second says 7 o'clock, so it's either midnight or 1 o'clock start in France. So that's some dedication.
One of the many things John Carson does is he meets with the players the night before Belmont Soccer Night to give them a sense of the tradition if they don't remember coming to players. So hold off on that. This is Danica Zika and breakaway speed again. She takes it. She shoots and a nice save by Sarah Morrissey.
But that is what I really love is she has that speed with the ball.
Not playing like a freshman. I was saying John Carson met with the players, encouraged them to write down a fun fact of a teammate. The fun fact suggested by Yuval Galani that everybody should know about Danica Zika. She was born in Canada, started playing soccer since at 3. She's the only freshman on the team, and she is thriving in the competitive environment of practices. So already with 3 rushes, 1 goal, 1-1 here. Belmont and Watertown. Nice centering pass, almost headed by Sauer Yu. Good battle between both teams. Now Watertown clears it out. So if you're Watertown's coach, are you adjusting your defense to take away now the 3rd breakaway by Danica?
Yeah, you're going to need to all right, so we have our first sub. So Anna Santos is coming in for Lily Hosepian.
Anna Santos, in every game I've watched her play, she's a difference maker because of her effort, her hustle, her speed. We'll see what she can do in combination with Danica out there. They both are a threat to break away every time a midfielder gets the ball in space. Good header by Watertown's number 10, Elsa Ryan. Attempted through ball there, but Yuval Galani, Belmont's goalkeeper, steps up, distributes the ball out to the wide left to Sarah Yu.
Great distribution right there. I always appreciate when a goalie is up there throwing the ball and making sure they get possession.
2-on-1, Belmont, Anna Santos and Danica Zika. Anna does a nice job of shielding, using her body to try to win possession of that ball. Watertown clears it out. It'll be Belmont's throw. Sauer Yu.
Oh, and this is a great ball.
To Emily McHugh, the defender, with a clean shot. She shoots!
A save by Watertown. Great job by the fullback, overlapping and coming up and taking a nice shot. Great run by Emily McHugh right there. Great shot. The goal.
It was a great shot. It looked like it was going to make it.
Yeah.
Sarah Morrissey, Watertown's goalie, another great save, keeping Watertown in this first half. It'll be Belmont's corner kick. From the right side of the screen, Bridget Gray with the corner. She puts it on the ground to Sarah Yu. She lets it go in the kick. Wow, nice play by Evie Boas on the shot. She just put it a little bit too high, but I liked Belmont's play.
They've run that about 3 or 4 times this year, and it's been open every time. It's a great play. If they could cash in, it would be nice. But if you're the coach, you're happy about the actual play.
Belmont's getting great offensive chances. Good step by Hannah Glavin, number 5 for Belmont. Sent out wide by number 5, Gabby Bonderik for Watertown.
And the one thing we have to say is two parents of Belmont soccer players, we're a little biased as well. We're somewhere in between Johnny Most and Tommy Heinsohn for those people who know those references.
Not quite that far, but what we're trying to do is be respectful of Watertown's effort, Watertown's players. We do eat many times in Watertown. We don't want people spitting in our food, Brian.
No, not
But
at all.
not that anybody from Watertown would ever do that. That's not what we're saying. But we know the Belmont players a little bit better than Watertown. So
dangerous turnover right here, but it looks like Hannah's doing a nice job of stepping up, and it looks like they get the ball.
good step by Sauer Yu, taking the ball into space, trying to hit the through to Anna Santos. It's a foot race, well played by Watertown's, I think that's number 8, Kelsey Fitzgerald. 2 more subs coming in. Number 7 for Belmont, that is
Dana Lear is coming in.
sophomore, and Sabrina Sauls, the captain, just coming back from injury. We were talking about her in the pregame. Is Sabrina going to go into the midfield, Brian?
You know, the one thing that I really am going to like about Sabrina being in the game is obviously a 4-year player 2-year captain, all-star, and even though she's coming back from ACL surgery that she just had 6 months ago, she is an incredibly smart player, and she's going to be able to feed those through balls back to Danica.
Shannon Fitzpatrick for Watertown, one-on-one versus Sadie Cabral. Nice takeaway by Sadie on that one.
I believe that's Lucy. I believe Sadie's probably in college, but
Sadie is in college.
Just in case she's listening somewhere.
Apologies to the Cabral family, especially to Lucy. Lucy, nice play by Lucy Cabral.
Now can she put her on her back hip?
Danica Zika once again. He turns. Looks like she's setting up the pass. Nice effort by her with so many shots to draw some attention. Another centering pass, well defended by Watertown. Watertown is happy to just clear it out of bounds and reset their defense.
Yeah, we're about 20 minutes in, about a quarter of the game right now. Momentum is definitely with Belmont. I'm not sure if that was another illegal throw. I'm not sure. It's switching over.
Referee doing a nice job of actually teaching Emily McHugh what she expects to not call that foul. We had a sub for Watertown just now. That is Emma McComber, a junior, number 2, coming in. It looks like at around the 20-minute mark, the refs are giving both teams a little bit of a water break. It's over 70 degrees here.
No, I actually think that Watertown has called a timeout. So in Massachusetts high school soccer, one of the things you get to do is you get to call one timeout a half. And I believe if you're Watertown, the momentum's been all Belmont for the last 10 minutes. And I believe the Watertown coach has called a timeout, which I think is probably the right move just to try to change momentum. It would be interesting if he's right now. He's probably, I assume he's looking at where Danica is and saying, okay, we might adjust a little something in the back.
That's what we would expect. We were talking, Sabrina Sauls just came into the game. The fun fact about Sabrina, submitted by Emily McHugh, is that Sabrina's an only child. She's coming back, as we mentioned, from her ACL tear last winter. But in Emily's opinion, Sabrina is getting back on the field better than ever.
Yeah, and I think just having her come out on the field gives the team a lot of confidence. You know, as a 2-time captain, she's out there, she's going to be vocal, she's going to be directing traffic, and I think that's something that the rest of the team feeds off of, because one of the unfortunate things that has happened in Belmont soccer over the last 2 years is last year there were 4 captains who started off, and only one was playing, and then they nominated Sabrina and my daughter to become captains as well. This year, again, you start off with 3 captains, and only one could play. Lily Duffy since has been added as a captain, but you're almost looking to that senior leadership out there, not only off the field to arrange things, but on the field, directing traffic, telling people where to be. And so I think for the Belmont team, just seeing Sabrina back out there and playing, even if she's not 100%, she's going to be in the right place. She's going to be talking to people. She's going to be encouraging them. And I think psychologically, that's a great lift for the Belmont team.
Agreed. Ball goes off. Number 11 for Watertown, Moya Flanagan.
That's
nice touch
just
pass
like
right there by Sabrina Sauls, distributing the ball
right
to the open space, getting her teammates involved. This is Dana Lear here, very quick player on the outside.
Yeah. So if you've noticed Sabrina in the last 2 minutes, she's touched the ball twice, completed a pass, and it's just those simple passes that are going to open up the offense, and why I think they've missed her, and they're going to look forward to having her play. And as we say, we're hoping that she can play a few minutes tonight and build it up so by the end of the year, she's playing without restrictions.
When I watch Sabrina play, I think of old school point guards in basketball, just looking to get their fellow players involved, make the pass at the right time. And when that happens, at least in basketball, which I have more experience with than soccer, other players run harder. They get into open space more because they expect the pass. And
yeah, Sabrina has a good deal of moves, but one of the things I really like is she just makes the simple pass. She doesn't try to do too much out there. And I can see her already, gesturing and moving players around and setting up a little bit of defense, which is helpful.
Nice pass there by 9, Kelsey Fitzgerald for Watertown. Well defended by Hannah Glavin. Hannah clears it. Coming back for it now is Anna Santos, but it just goes out of bounds. It'll be Belmont's throw. Kiki Evsepian with the throw up to Dana Lair. Dana sends it long, but I think it was out of bounds just before Dana was able to get her foot on it.
I like the substitution to get a couple more midfielders in here. You're really going to want to make sure they're running. Watertown has 17 players. They're going to have a little bit of a shorter bench. And so if you're Belmont, you can run them a little bit. Then hopefully that pays dividends in the second half.
17 is somewhat of a small roster for a varsity soccer team. When you put 11 players on the field with 1 or 2 injuries, then you won't generally have enough substitutes to maintain energy throughout the 80-minute game. So we'll see, as Brian was indicating, whether that'll be a factor here in the second half. But just under 16 minutes now here in the first half. Soccer night in Belmont at Belmont's Harris Field. Great crowd. The home stands are filled. The visitor stands seem to have, about 50 people. So I'd project the crowd's well over 1,000 already here at Harris Field. More to come.
And once again, nice touch pass.
Danica Zika now up to Anna Santos. Dana Lair on the overlap over there on the left. Anna passes it up to Dana. Dana looks like it's going to get a shot. She shoots it for it.
Just wide. Nice ball by Anna Santos to get it to Dana. Dana just missing.
Fighting with the right back for Watertown. I don't think Dana was able to get a clear strike on that ball, but great movement by Belmont. For Dana, way to try to get into space to get a shot off. Now up to Amanda Costco, the center midfielder for Watertown, number 9, senior captain.
She's done a very nice job in the middle for Watertown.
Always making a play. Belmont's been defending the long passes quite well, with the one exception that led to the first goal of the game by Watertown. A lot of excitement in the stands around us, as like they do at some professional sporting events, throwing t-shirts into the stands. We'll see if you're lucky to catch one of those, Brian.
Well, I'm already boxing you out, so I'm feeling good.
Danica Zika now on the left. She's been dominant on the right side now. Good shot there by Dana Lair. Saved by Sarah Morrissey, her 4th or 5th save for Watertown.
And a terrific punt. Anytime you're punting over 50 yards, and it's one of the things Belmont's really going to have to clean up, is they're letting the ball bounce on too many punts. So you're seeing right there again, it's a dangerous play every time you're letting that ball bounce.
I've always felt that once the ball bounces, the offense gets the advantage. So as a defender, you just want to get some part of your body on that long punt. Ideally a clean touch to your teammate, but you just want to slow the offensive bounce. 1-1 Belmont and Watertown. Thanks for joining us on the special Belmont Media Center broadcast of Soccer Night in Belmont. Clear by Kiki Evsepian. Bridget Gray now sends Anna Santos. Can Anna win?
No, this is Danica.
Danica in. And she shoots and she scores to put Belmont up 2-1. Danica with her 2nd goal of the game. Beautiful pass by Bridget Gray.
Yeah, Bridget did a nice job of putting some air under the ball, because we said the keeper's doing a really nice job of coming out. So you want to put it in that area in which Danica can get to it, but the goalie's not going to come out. And it's a beautifully played ball by Bridget Gray.
Nice finish by Danica. Maybe she has heard the tradition of the Puma cleats to the player of the game. You got to think with 2 goals, she's going to be in the running for that secret vote.
Yes.
Belmont goes up 2-1. Exciting first half of action if you're a Belmont fan. Those breakaways, where it's one-on-one of a good finisher despite being a freshman against a strong goalie. One-on-one. Danica on that has scored 2 of her 3 opportunities, and Sarah Morrissey, the Watertown goalie, made a great save on the third.
Yeah. And I think, and here's Sabrina with another pass just a little bit off. The goalie coming and doing a nice job of gathering that pass up. Hannah Glavin doing a really nice job of stepping up and getting on that ball.
Morrissey's had a lot of action for Watertown in the first half. Belmont with the majority of good scoring opportunities.
Once again, a bouncing ball, and it can lead to some trouble. One of the things I think the midfield needs to do a better job is the goalie has punted the ball like 5 or 6 times, and she's punted it consistently over the 50. So as a midfielder, you have to be on the other side of the 50 because that's where the ball is going.
Here goes Danica Zika again, brings it in, she shoots, deflected off of Watertown, well defended. The ball was spinning on Danica, so she had to wait, defended by Watertown's Molly Sheehan, number 17, junior defender, junior back for Watertown. It'll be another corner kick. So you've seen some of the Belmont girls games. Last time they had a corner kick, they had a nice play that led to a clean shot. How many plays have you seen, Brian?
They have 3 or 4 plays. This looks like another great ball. I'm not sure, to be honest with you, I know Belmont hasn't scored on a corner this year. I'm not sure they scored on last year either. So I think it's something they're working on right now. Once again, we're seeing Evie is in the right place. She's at the 50. She's able to take the ball out of the air, and it didn't bounce.
She was listening to your commentary, Brian. Nice play by Evie Boas.
I'm sure she's listening to her coach, who's probably saying
same thing.
Same thing.
Nice play by number 9, Amanda Costco with the shot, and she almost said it.
I know. I thought it was going in. What a smart play. Amanda sees the goalie is out there, doesn't know if she's getting back, and takes a strike at that. That's a great, smart play by the Watertown player. She has had I thought, a really strong first half here for Watertown.
One of the better players on the field for sure thus far.
Yeah.
Good turn by Emily McHugh. Up to Bridget Gray rather, number 10.
Yeah.
Good battle between Gray and Costco there. Costco attempts to find her teammate, Evelyn Follett. On the right, unable to connect.
We're hearing the band in the background. It's always nice to have a high school band at a sporting event. I think it's
not only the band, but pep band, I believe.
The pep band.
Creating more energy here, that's Anna Santos. Now Dana Lair, unable to win the ball. Comes back to Hannah Glavin. Hannah goes outside, not able to connect with Kiki Hovsepian. Watertown's throwing on the far side. 8 minutes, 18 seconds left in the first half. Belmont leads Watertown 2-1 here at Soccer Night in Belmont.
And so far, I think Belmont's obviously had the better run of play, but Watertown's had some opportunities here tonight. And if you're Belmont, you need to be able to make sure, I think at halftime, talking to the defense to make sure that they're really communicating well, because what you don't want to have is one kind of communication mistake end up in the back of the net.
As we look forward to halftime, stay with us. We'll have full commentary throughout halftime and in between games. At the half today, we'll have Belmont boys varsity coach in his second season, Neiman Kenkry, talking about how the boys' season has turned out and previewing the second game. Belmont's opportunity to Evie Boas. Evie would like that one back. I think great hustle by her. She made it a little bit easier for the goalie than I think she would have wanted to.
The first thing you always tell tell players is be in the right place to make a play. She was in the right place, just couldn't cash in.
Emily McHugh hustling up to the right corner, unable to get it, but great effort, we were just saying, by Evie Boas to just win the ball and then to get a shot off. But Morrissey with another save for Watertown. Here we go with Danica Zika again, right corner. Good attempted turn. It goes out just on the sideline, not the end line, so it'll be a throw-in very deep in the Watertown half. Coming in for Belmont right now is Lucy Hines, number 25, a sophomore. And Coach Jemmy gives Sabrina a break as she's coming back into action. He asked her at midfield how she's feeling. I think Sabrina was telling him that she was feeling good.
Yeah, I was watching that because when she played in the Melrose game, which was her first action after ACL surgery, she came and she had a little bit of swelling. And so I think the coach is making sure to do what's best for the player and to make sure that she's feeling well. It was great to have Sabrina come off the field and kind of tell the coach, hey, I'm feeling fine.
Good ball possession by number 10, Elsa Ryan, the sophomore for Watertown. Taking it deep into the Belmont end, couldn't find a good place to pass, so she was able to maintain possession until Belmont kicked it out of bounds.
Emily McHugh really, I think, has had a good first half in terms of getting involved in the offense. As we saw, she almost scored, but I think she's doing what Coach Jemmy wants, which is being involved, a fullback who's making overlapping runs. Right now, Anna Santos is passing the ball out. Oh, just misses the pass to Dana Lear up there.
Anna Santos, when she has the ball, always puts pressure on that defense. You're not exactly sure what she's going to do. She just keeps moving it forward. She's got small touches on the ball, so she can turn direction quite easily and quite swiftly, but unable to connect on that one.
That's Lucy Hines in the game for the first time tonight, battling with the ball. That's a great ball.
And we'll see if Yuval can clear it as she does.
And
another keeper, another smart play by Watertown to try to take advantage of Belmont's goalie being out of the box, but not a clean strike by Watertown. Numbers are short on the front side. I'm unable to tell who that was on the shot.
I feel like momentum has definitely changed over the last 5 minutes.
Coming in for Belmont for the first time tonight is number 2, Jane Caputo, a junior subbing for her teammate sophomore Dana Lair. It'll be Watertown's throw coming up. Just over 3.5 minutes left to go in the first half. Stay tuned at halftime for our special interview with Belmont boys varsity coach Neiman Kenkry. Boys team will play in the second of the two games tonight, the doubleheader here at Harris Field. And we'll preview that game and we'll hear how the Belmont boys team is doing thus far this season. Another forward, look at Anna Santos go. She controls the ball. It looks like Anna's going to be able to get a clean shot with her left, and she takes it. But another one of those shots that I think Belmont would like to place a little bit further away from Watertown's goalie, Sarah Morrissey.
I thought she had a chance to take one more dribble and maybe get a little better angle on that ball.
Or maybe even to try to get it on her right. But
yes.
Tough to know when the players are on your back how close they are to taking the ball away from you. So she had a clean look and she decided to take it. Morrissey with another punt. I put that at around a dozen or so punts unofficially here at Harris Field. Well won by Anna Santos.
And I think we're about at the 2-minute mark. So in high school soccer, you'll see the scoreboard goes to 2 minutes, and then it's up to the discretion for the referee to keep the time on the field.
But you're lucky on Belmont Media broadcast that our clock keeps running, and that's usually pretty precise unless the referees allow stoppage time. So about 2 minutes from now, we expect the whistles to blow. It'll be Belmont throw-in deep in Watertown's half of the field. Kiki Hovsepian with the throw-in to Evie Boas. Good ball win with her body, temporarily by Boas, but one back by Watertown. At halftime, while we're interviewing Coach Neiman, there'll be 6 youth soccer games going on. Kindergarten, first, and second graders on the field. Very exciting to watch them play on the big field, not the smaller sod of Winbrook Elementary or town field here. Kids love it. And I love watching them run on the field and then run off the field at the end of halftime, seeing them celebrate the game. We look forward to that just in a couple of minutes.
It is great to see 100 kids scream out to the field, play for a few minutes, and head out as well. It's one of the nice community aspects of tonight's soccer night in Belmont. Once again, another great night. Rob Gray putting this on with John Carson, just coming up with this idea. Bridget Gray now has the ball, overlapping run to Emily McHugh. That's been something that's happened quite a few times today. Emily with a great battle right there.
Good effort by McHugh. Back to Bridget Gray, to McHugh. Last year, Emily McHugh, the way that she was asked on defense was just basically to clear the ball, and it's been wonderful to just watch her with those small touches all night tonight, starting the offense for Belmont. Ball kept in by Anna Santos, up to Evie Boas, cleared by Watertown. Close to time here again at halftime. Stay with us for our interview with Coach Neiman Kenkre from Belmont Varsity Boys and to watch about 100 youth soccer players playing at the same time on the field. In
Lucy Hines.
Lucy with the shot, very slow with her left. Well played by Sarah Morrissey. I expect to hear the whistles soon. Referee looking at her watch. Again, Belmont lets that ball bounce. I'm sure that's one of the things Coach Jemmy is going to be talking with his team about.
Yes,
at halftime.
I would say where to be placed in the midfield on the punts and not to let the ball bounce. That's the end of the first half. Belmont 2, Watertown 1. Watertown scored the opening goal. I couldn't tell if the goalie at that time, Yuval, was actually looking into the sun, but 2 goals by Danica Zika. Just incredible individual efforts in which they were putting the ball in the net. So 2-1, good first half.
Exciting half of soccer. Really came down to Belmont's forwards, Danica Zika, Anna Santos, Lily Hovsepian, against Belmont's goalie, Sarah Morrissey, and Zika, probably the 2 stars of that half. One for Watertown, one for Belmont. We'll see if that continues in the second half. You'll see on camera now hundreds of youth soccer players from Belmont and Watertown taking the field for small-sided games. And here on the headset is Coach Neiman Kenkre in his second year coaching the Belmont boys varsity soccer team. Welcome, Neiman.
Thank you, Scott. I'm very happy to be here. This is always such an amazing event, and I'm thrilled to be here with you.
So what's different in the second year versus the first year in terms of just being able to implement the types of play and the type of soccer system and structure that you want for the Belmont boys varsity team?
Oh, it's like night and day. Last year I got this. I was hired just a little bit before the season started. I didn't know my players. I didn't have an off season. I didn't have a preseason. I was figuring out. It was also the first time I was coaching high school soccer. A lot of stuff that we were figuring out as the season went along, and so we kind of struggled at the start of the season. It took me until mid-season and beyond to really formulate my best team and my best tactics. With these guys, I've been working with them since the end of last season in the weight room and conditioning, and I know the players. I've had them now for a year, so I knew who was coming in, and I designed a system based on my personnel. And they've been doing amazing. They've worked all through the off season, all through the summer. They fit the personnel, fit the tactics. I created the tactics to fit the personnel, and I'm expecting a really. I mean, last year's team, bless their heart, they showed a lot of grit and determination to get to the state tournament. This team is like loaded.
This team is loaded with talent, but they're also working hard. Talk about what the players did over the summer to get ready for this big season.
So starting with the day that school ended, every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, all summer long, the guys came out here at 7 o'clock in the morning. That was their...
For high school boys, that's like the rest of us getting up at 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it was insane. They did it, and every single time we had at least 15 guys, sometimes as many as 30. And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Becca Peasy, who's been an amazing resource for us, has been so helpful. She volunteered her time along with Karen Connarton and Kim Rubenheimer.
And if you've never heard of Becca Peasy, she's known throughout the world as an ultra marathoner. She once completed, or twice completed, 7 marathons on 7 continents in 7 days. So she's not a lightweight trainer. She knows how to do endurance training.
Absolutely, she's a tough cookie too. She didn't take it easy on the boys. And they just kept coming back for more, and so they're super well conditioned. Then on Mondays and Wednesdays they ran their own practices. My captain, my primary captain of our team, I have one captain, 2 vice captains. He sort of took it upon himself to get the guys together.
And that's Andy Bello.
That's Andy Bello. Andy, I can't speak highly enough about Andy. He's just he struggled through a really difficult year last year because he dislocated his knee just before the year, and then even when he was out for most of the year, when he was back, he was suffering from extreme tendonitis, and it was kind of a lost year for him. And he's come back. He's worked so hard. He's been such a great leader, and is a critical part of a midfield triangle that I have that I would put up against any team in Massachusetts, actually.
So the other 2 players in that triangle with Captain Andy Bello is your son, Satchel, who's a junior, and then new to the team this year, the third midfielder, Noe. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Help me with that. But
I'm going to give it a try. His name is Noe Albonel Batilana. He's from France. Satchel, my son, both Noe and Satchel were both playing at the highest level in club soccer. It's a level where you're not even allowed to play high school. Both of them chose to play for us, foregoing the just because of what a great environment we've created here and what a great team we have.
And Belmont's always had elite soccer players, but they haven't always played high school because they have this tension between playing at an elite club level or playing with their high school classmates. How have you tried to get the really talented elite players to want to play for the high school team? And you've had great success already in your second year with that.
Yeah, well, I think it's the players are so connected with each other and with me, and that I'm talking about on the field, but also our personal relationships. We have team dinners before every game. We the players hang out off the field. They study together. They have a lot of the same classes, and we're also playing a really fun style of soccer on the field. High school soccer tends to be very direct, a lot of long balls, a lot of physical. But I've sort of instilled a passing, creative, high pressing style of soccer, brand of soccer that really makes it fun for them to play. And then you get players, real special players like Satchel, my son, and Noe, who they want to be here. They're giving up a super elite level, the level that they get all the college recruiters, watching and so on, in order to not miss this high school experience. And then of course that obviously having those guys on the field really enhances our quality. And I played Noe as a defensive midfielder, and then Andy and Satchel as the 2 central attacking midfielders. And as a triangle, they work magic out there.
How are you feeling about the season thus far?
So we're 2-1. We absolutely dominated our first 2 games, which was really nice. We beat Stoneham 3-0. We beat Winchester 3-1 in a game that could have been 7 or 8-0.
And Winchester's not an easy team to beat soundly.
That's correct. We just played so well. And then we played a Melrose team that should finish near the top of Middlesex. They were outstanding, and we lost that game. but we were so unlucky, and even the Melrose coach said as much. We had 6 or 7 clear cut chances where we just couldn't bundle the ball over the line, including one shot that hit the inside of the post, rolled along the line, hit the other post, and came out. And it was, I mean, they had their chances too, but we definitely had the better chances in that game. They've scored one late, and then I pushed everyone forward trying to get an equalizer, and they got one on the counter. So we lost that game, but the boys, they confirmed what I thought, which is that they are an outstanding team and a force to be reckoned with, and we have really lofty goals because that Melrose team is outstanding. They're 4-0 right now, and they've beaten some of the heavy hitters, and so I'm really pleased with our start. We've got a big week coming up. We got to win this one, rival against Watertown. Then we have Reading and Arlington, which are 2 teams. I'm a little embarrassed to say that in 4 games last year, playing each of them from home and away, we didn't score a single goal. So we managed to hold them to draws a couple of times, 0-0. But this time, I think we're going to be on the front foot, taking the games to them, and I'm really pleased with our team.
Easy to motivate your team to try to get some goals in those games, but in terms of responding to a loss when your team has very high expectations of themselves. No, you want to win every game you play, but sometimes a loss early in the season can help you calibrate and help the players say, we just need to dig a little bit deeper. We need to pass the ball a little bit better. We need to press a little bit better. We need to do everything the coach has been telling us. So how are you using that loss to prepare the team for tonight?
Well, I think it's important. I think adversity builds character, for this team, and I think it's I think there's been this bubbling excitement about our team, about how good we can be, and that did show us that it's not enough just to play well. We have to really finish our chances. We got to really, not have any lapses. There was a mental lapse from one of our best players that cost us that opening goal. So I think it's something that's. They were all really disappointed, but then the next day at training they were extra motivated, and one of the things that I do is I do video analysis of every game on VO in detail, spend several hours, and then I give them all the highlights, usually about 30 points in a game that I diagram, and they came back and they soak it in. If they did the same in their classes that they do with my video analysis, they would all be graduating as valedictorians.
For all their teachers listening now, of course they work that hard at homework.
But so I think they've taken this loss with the appropriate level of disappointment and motivation, and they're going to come back stronger.
So you played soccer at an elite level, playing professionally. You coached youth soccer at an elite level. What do you enjoy the most about coaching high school soccer?
Oh, I love it, Scott. I mean, I can tell you, and I'm saying this without exaggeration, I was just talking about this with Paula, my partner, just a couple of days ago. This is my favorite thing I've ever done in my life. More than ever playing, more than any other activity I've ever done. I love it because it allows me to coach. It allows me to combine my 3 of my biggest passions: soccer, teaching, and connecting with kids at this age. And I think I really formed deep personal connections. 7 of the guys last year asked me to write letters of recommendation, and
that's a wonderful honor, not just because you're a coach, but because they know you know them.
Exactly, and I really get to know them on a personal level, really care about them, and then I love coaching competitively. I coached some elite club teams at much younger ages, U10, U11, and that was a lot of fun. It was nice to be able to develop players. You can develop players a little better at that age. But on the other hand, I love getting in there and playing to win and changing tactical schemes and, game planning for an opponent and like things that you can't do until you're at this level. And I love that competitive element. I love coaching in front of look at the crowd here today. I mean, it's just, I know this is a special night, but even on a regular night, we get lots of, the student body out there. There's a passion to it that doesn't exist in club soccer. And I love it so much. I mean, I wish I could do it year round.
Love it more than you thought you would love?
Yes, I knew I would love this job. I didn't realize how much. I mean, I spend almost every waking hour thinking about it, planning training sessions, talking to the kids, getting in the weight room with them. I love every single thing about it. The personal connections, the soccer instruction, the tactical, challenging myself to be better and better as a coach. I've come up with some creative sessions. It's just, I really love it.
I'm a big believer that every kid, if he's lucky enough, should be exposed to excellence in something, because that can be a calibrator, not only for that activity, but for the rest of their life. and it's no question to me that your players are being exposed to your preparation excellence, your coaching excellence. You sweat. I'm sure you're up in the middle of the night sometimes writing down ideas that come into these dreams. And to hopefully see it all come together with a great group of guys like this. Last question. I know you want to go and coach your boys in warm-ups, but what about your players, beyond their technical talent, beyond the way that we're going to see them play in the field? Should people watching the broadcast tonight know about them in terms of their character, their teamwork, things like that?
Oh, I mean, I could go on and on. I mean, there's such an amazing group of kids that extend way beyond the soccer field. I mean, almost to a man. They're outstanding students, excel in the classroom. They do a lot of stuff, like community service stuff, just out of the goodness of their heart. Like a couple of our guys volunteered to coach a BSA team when no parents volunteered.
Soccer for young kids. Yep.
My son and Alex Duda did that. Then we've got 9 of these guys that have just volunteered to play soccer with a kid that's turning 9 and having a birthday party. And they're involved in the community. Every single player came and helped with Becca Peasy's charity run. They're cheering on the runners and passing out drinks and stuff. They're just I mean, they're such a special group of kids, so mature. They take their the disappointments on the field. They're always supporting each other. They're always working hard. It's a remarkable group. I love these guys.
Well, we're lucky to have you as coach of the Belmont boys varsity soccer team. He's Coach Neiman Kenkray. Neiman, thanks for joining us in halftime. Good luck tonight.
Thanks for having me here, Scott. I really enjoyed it, and thanks for doing this. This makes it very special. Thank you.
We appreciate Coach Neiman Kenkray joining us for halftime. I hope you enjoyed visually while we were listening to Neiman the games that were happening on the field as we prepare for the second half in this girls varsity matchup between Belmont and Watertown. If you're just joining us, Belmont came out really strong for the first 5 minutes, got a couple of shots on, but none were able to get into the net. Watertown on their first shot beat the Belmont goalie Yuval Galani. The sun may have been in her eyes. It was a pretty long, high shot, but it went in. I think the goal was Shannon Fitzpatrick for Watertown. Put Watertown up 1-0 at the 35-30 mark, or 4.5 minutes into the half. Then about 8 minutes later, Belmont's dynamic freshman Danica Zika scored on a great pass by Evie Boas to knot the score at 1-1. And 15 minutes later at the 12:45 mark, Danica Zika again puts it into the net, 2-1 to take the lead for Belmont, 2-1. That pass from Bridget Gray. Brian, what do you expect to see here? Any adjustments for Belmont going into the second half?
I think if you're Belmont, you need to make sure that the defense is communicating and that they're making sure that there's not letting the ball bounce and there's no mistakes, and that you're really tightening up that defense. So it's a 1-goal lead. You've had the run of play, but you need to make sure that you're doing everything possible to make sure there's no mistakes in the back. If you're Watertown, you have to figure out how you're going to defend Danica. Danica has been a threat all game long. Here we're seeing a nice break by Watertown. Not a great shot on net, but a good opportunity. Once again, you can't have those breakdowns.
That's her third chance. That is number 3, Shannon Fitzpatrick. She, I believe, was the goal scorer for Watertown. We haven't gotten that officially confirmed. I think that's right. She's a senior captain. Watertown in the away whites, going from your left to right. Belmont in their home maroon, going from right to left. That's Lucy Hines battling against number 10, Elsa Ryan, 2 sophomores. Watertown has come out much quicker than they started in the first half. Nice touch by Elsa Ryan, but well defended by Kiki Evsepian. Back to Hannah Glavin. Now Lucy Hines, back to Evsepian. And off Watertown, so it'll be Kiki her throw.
So it's good to see Sabrina Sauls back out there. So Once again, as we've mentioned many times, Sabrina just getting back after an ACL surgery, and just a smart player in the middle who's going to calm everything down and provide leadership. She played about 10 minutes in the first half. I assume she's going to go about 10 to 15 in the second half.
Now pass up to Danica Zika for all the defenders back, but Zika is able to get into space, kicks it off of the Watertown defender's leg, and it'll be a corner kick.
Yeah, once again, that speed is something that they're going to have to contend with Watertown. And not only, and we've said this a couple times, not only is her speed really something, she has plus speed, but speed with the ball. And
she's a polished finisher. Tough to believe she's just a freshman in her third or fourth game in her varsity career.
It's a beautiful ball right there. Nice job by the goalie.
By Sarah Morrissey, once again for Watertown.
Nice
Good step. Exactly, by Emily McHugh. Emily's had a fantastic game thus far. Good
really
ball
nice
control
job
by Lucy Hines. We're reading each other's mind here, Brian.
Yeah.
Lucy takes it to the corner here. She's got Lily Duffy behind her, and instead chooses a centering pass, but none of her teammates there. Picked up by Sarah Morrissey. Another punt by her. Wonder how many punts you take as a high school goalie before your leg actually gets super tired.
Well, we're going to find out tonight, it looks like.
She's done a great job, Sarah Morrissey, for Watertown, their junior goalie. Huge number of young kids here at the game, very excited to see each other, watch a little bit of soccer, get their face painted, get some hot dogs. Nice pass by Lucy Hines up to Danica Zika. It's going a little bit wide, well defended by Watertown. Looks like Watertown is definitely trying to pay better attention to Danica.
So the question is, if you're Watertown, do you just shadow? Do you just say, hi, you have Danica, I don't care where she is on the field. You're going to follow her all day. If she's switching side to side and doing a few things, you might want to do that. Nice centering pass and well headed out by Watertown's Lily Lambo, number 15, their junior. A little bit of a dangerous pass if you're Watertown, that ball coming in. You can see Bridget Gray with her hand in front of her eyes just a moment ago, so the sun still is bad in that one corner of the field. Looking to see where her teammates are. Let's see if she can place the ball just as well as last time. She does again, and it's up, and another save. A little bit too close to Sarah Morrissey. Morrissey takes it in the air before one of the Belmont players can get their head on the ball. Keeps the score 2-1 Belmont. Yeah, typically on those corner kicks, you want to hit the ball between the 6-yard box and the penalty spot, which is at the 12. So anything that's 8 or 10, 10 yards out from the goalie has to then make a decision, well, I'm staying between the pipes or I'm coming out. And if you can put it in that area, it's actually the most dangerous area for a corner kick. And often when it's that far out, you have to go around or through some of the players on your own team and the opponent's team, so it's tougher. Many goalies stay at the line and give the offensive team a chance to head the ball in. Nice step there by Emily McHugh. Yuval Galani now with a throw, trying to get to Sabrina Sauls, a little bit over Sabrina's head. Now turned by 11, Moya Flanagan for Watertown. Intercepted by Bridget Gray. Bridget surveys the field, cut off by Amanda Costco, taken away by Costco. Now back to Laura. Nice step up by Hannah Clavin, who is now Danica. Another break in. Danica puts the shot off. Another save by Morrissey, and Nice hustle by Lily Duffy to
Duffy
come
for the
up,
rebound,
but just
but
a little bit wide.
It looked like that ball bounced pretty high, and Lily was only able to get it just around the shin guard instead of on her foot. That's the fourth clear breakaway Danica Zika has had. Morrissey has stopped 2 of them.
It was a great step by Hannah Glavin to start it, and I'm not sure if she meant to come up, take the ball, and send Danica in, but it was a very nice play.
Would have been a highlight for the season had that gone in for sure, given Glavin's play. We play 40-minute halves in Massachusetts high school soccer. We're about just over 7 minutes into this half. So much of Belmont's offense is going through their freshmen, very talented freshmen. Danica Zika had 5 good opportunities, including 4 breakaways already.
Free kick here by Watertown.
And it goes through the line. Well played by Yuval Galani, Belmont's goalkeeper. Hasn't had as much action as her counterpart, Sarah Morrissey, but Galani's played well. Watertown lets that ball drop. Here goes Lily Duffy with some speed. Fighting against Laura Kababjian for Watertown, and Laura clears it out. It'll be Belmont's throw. Kiki Hovsepian now into Sabrina Sauls. Nice step by Lily Duffy. Lily tries to center the ball. Well played by Watertown. Now back to Hovsepian. Less space in the middle of the field in the second half over the first half. I think both teams are closing when their opponents have the ball much more aggressively this half so far. Pass up for Watertown, that's number 11, Moya Flanagan going for it, but Lucy Cabral steps in front of her, and Lucy very smartly kicks it off of Flanagan's leg, so it'll be Belmont's throw.
That was great play by Lucy. She came over on a good angle, was able to gather up the ball and put it off on the Watertown defender so that they're able to get the throw in.
Back now to Hovsepian, nice, well played by her. Nice attempt by Lily Duffy to keep that ball in. The throw will be by Laura Kababjian for Watertown. Now up to Danica Zika. Wasn't able to get a clean touch. That would have been a good opportunity for Belmont there. Lucy Hines with the back pass there, a little bit further than she wanted. Good hustle by 11, Moya Flanagan, the freshman for Watertown, making it less of a routine play for Yuval Galani.
Nice job with Kiki stepping up right there. Looks like Belmont's going to go for a sub. I'll be interested to see if they're going to sub out Sabrina after 10 minutes or if they're going to have someone else coming off the field.
First half was exciting. This half, I think, is more competitive thus far in terms of just both teams' effort on the ball.
Yes.
Both halves entertaining halves of soccer. Now this is Evie Boas. Many passes have not been able to connect because of well played defense. This is 10, Elsa Ryan with the shot. Galani comes out in traffic to make the save. Nice play by Yuval Galani. Letting her team set before she punts the ball. Figuring where she's going to go now. Goes up the middle of the field, trying to get it to Sabrina Sauls. Nice step by Amanda Costco for Watertown.
Nice ball by
Sabrina
nice
to Lucy Hines. Now up to Lily Duffy. Lily touches it, puts it into the corner. Now she's going to try to use her speed against Lily Lambeau.
And Sarah Yu will be the first sub here coming in right now. Let's see who she takes out.
Number 3, it looks like she's coming in for Lily Duffy. No, Lucy Hines.
She kind of faked you out with the
She did
handoff
fake
of,
me out, Brian.
of the scrimmage vest there.
My sense is she was telling Lily Duffy to play midfield, perhaps. Maybe not.
I'm pretty sure you have Lily Duffy right now is playing forward with Danica up front, and then the midfield you're having Evie, Sabrina, Sarah, and Bridget are the midfielders.
And then on the defense for Belmont, it's Hannah Glavin, Lucy Cabral, Kiki Hovsepian, and Emily McHugh. Now this is Sarah Yu. Sarah takes the ball into space. Lily Duffy was expecting her
kind of
to
a
go in a
dangerous
different,
ball right here.
different place. Lucy Cabral unable to get a clean touch on it. Belmont unable to clear it. Excellent effort once again by Moya Flanagan for Watertown.
Yeah, she didn't give up on that ball. That was great to watch.
She's been relentless all half, making the routine difficult for Belmont's defense. Sabrina Sauls with the good left to get that ball out. Off of Watertown, it'll be Belmont's throw close to midfield. We appreciate you being with us for Belmont, for Soccer Night in Belmont here at Belmont High School's Harris Field. Scott Landry, Brian Merringer, and Jeremy Meserve on the broadcast here on Belmont Media Center.
Nice job by Emily clearing that ball.
Using her body, keeping number 3 Shannon Fitzpatrick on her back, letting her defense get back.
Watertown's definitely had the better of the play, I feel like, in the second half.
Certainly more of an even game of possession in the second half. Substitution for Watertown coming out is Shannon Fitzpatrick. Coming in, freshman Luciana Castro Guevara. Pass on the switch over to Elsa Ryan on the right. Elsa goes around. Hovsepian tries to center, but
She was out.
she just went past the end line.
She was out. Nice closing right there by Kiki, and I think a great timeout here by Coach Jemmy. I think he's seeing his teams back on the heels, and I think this is a great timeout.
So if you're Coach Jemmy, what are you telling your team, seeing the way that they've played these first 14 minutes here in the second half up 2-1?
I think you just need to settle. I think right now they're kind of in a defensive mode, and you're just trying to say, look, let's play. Let's make some simple passes. We're trying to do a little bit too much. Like, we just need to settle. It's almost, I think, almost taking a deep breath and trying to reset them. We're up 2-1. We were the better team in the first half. Let's do the same thing. Let's make some simple passes. Let's make sure we're talking. Make sure we're organized in the back. I'll be interested to see. I think a lot of times in soccer, you have one timeout in the half, and I think a lot of times it can change the momentum. Just being able to kind of refocus your team, and I think this is more of a refocus than any sort of change of formation or of personnel. It's a look, relax, deep breath. We're doing fine. Let's make sure we're talking.
I'd have 2 messages myself. The first would be, look, Watertown has stepped it up. Now it's our turn to step it up for the last 26 minutes. The second would be, we're playing a little bit more defensively than we did in the first half because we're up 2-1, but we don't have 2 minutes left to go in the game. We have 25 minutes left to go in the game. So let's go score the next goal.
You know, sometimes I almost feel like as a coach, one of the things you might tell teams is, hey, it's the first one to 3 or it's the first one to 4, instead of saying, we're up 1 goal, we got 25 minutes, let's protect it. I almost think it's almost the mentality of like, Belmont has to say, like, I need that third goal. That third goal will probably win it here tonight, and let's make sure that we're really working for it. Now, you don't want to take unnecessary chances, but right now I feel like they're trying to watch the clock, saying there's about 25 minutes left, and we're just going to get out of here with a 2-1 victory. And I think that's too early right now. I think Belmont needs to put on another one on the board.
Sabrina Sauls tries to connect with Lily Duffy, is not able to, but nice play by Evie Boas in the middle of the field. It's one of the first fouls I've seen called all game. Pretty clean game by both teams. They called Belmont for...
And I don't mind the foul right there. Sabrina was late, no doubt. But I also feel like someone coming back from injury, if they're challenging the ball in the air, it really means that they're feeling confident out there. So I actually think that's, as someone who's watching it, I think that's a great sign.
Nice play by Danica Zika to make that competitive. Ball's over their head. Dangerous play. Watertown very aggressive at going after the ball. Nice shot by Watertown. Saved by Yuval Galani. Keeps the score 2-1 Belmont. That is Watertown senior captain Amanda Costco on the shot. Very opportunistic there. Thought she could surprise Galani.
And it was a well-struck ball.
When Belmont and Watertown played last year, Brian, it was a late goal by Watertown, correct?
Yes.
They just fought until the end, so they had a much better second half than first half, if I'm remembering correctly. And they're trying to do the same thing here at Soccer Night in Belmont 2022. Excellent battle between Danica and Watertown's number 7, Molly Sheehan. That time won by Sheehan. We were talking in the first half with Watertown with a little bit of a shorter roster. We were wondering if they would have fuel in the tank in the second half. And in fact, it's like they're supercharged in the second half.
I feel like they have more jump here in the second half.
Another nice step. Sending in Lily Duffy. Can she beat the goalie with the touch? Well played.
Excellent
by Sarah
job.
Morrissey one more time. But it looks like there's a foul being called. I'm not sure which way it's going. Looks like the players are thinking it's going to be on Watertown's goalie. I think the ref is saying that Morrissey touched it in some way with her hands outside the goal box.
I'm not sure if they're saying that or if that when she went down, she used her forearm to make a collision. I'm not sure. Obviously, right now, Bridget Gray, who's very good here taking free kicks, they're going to back the wall up for 10 yards. And, this
So if you're Bridget, are you chipping here or you're trying to put it in one of the...
No, I'm putting it on net. I'm putting it on net. I feel like if you're out 30 yards or so, the chipping makes a lot of sense. But I feel like right now, have it.
Hundreds of kids stomping their feet here at Harris Field, looking to see if Bridget Gray can put it into the net. Festive atmosphere, Soccer Night in Belmont. And Bridget with the shot goes through. And Sarah Morrissey, clean look at it. Almost went through her legs. I think that was a little bit of a knuckleball there. Another save by Morrissey. Well turned by Amanda Costco.
Nice
Good
job
step
by
Hannah.
Hannah's
Grab
had
it
a
one more
really
time.
solid
Good
game.
carry. Now she sends Lily Duffy in, but Watertown's number 15, Lily Lambo, is there for the clear. A few players coming in the game for Belmont. Number 27, Sadie Taylor coming in.
And this is Sadie's first varsity action here tonight. Just called up from the junior varsity. So this is actually our first minute of varsity soccer. And I think you always kind of remember the first time you run out there on the field, especially on a night like tonight.
She is a sophomore, and I think she came in with somebody else, but I missed who she came in with.
So she also came in with Lily Hosepian.
Okay.
So they've Lily for Lily.
This is Lucy Cabral with the header. Unable to connect with Lily Hovsepian. Lily started the game as a forward, now playing midfield.
What is interesting for me is that they've switched Danica's side. So they made the substitution. They pushed Lily Hosepian on the right side, which is where Danica was before. They put Danica on the left side. I wonder if the coach is thinking, I like the matchup a little bit better on the left side with Danica than on the right side.
Nice attempted pass by Sadie Taylor in her first varsity action.
And
Good to get the touch on the ball and get into the game and make an aggressive pass. You like to see that.
Yeah. But that's something you'll find out with like strikers who are really good, like Danica, is that you'll switch their sides every once in a while because you're trying to get the better matchup. And sometimes the defense will also adjust, but sometimes they won't, and maybe you'll get a better, a better matchup for your team.
It's a sign of respect, I think, for the defense sometimes that you're just saying your defender is playing you well. Let's try the other side.
Yeah.
Nice throw into the box there by Belmont. Another good step by Sadie Taylor. Shot by Bridget Gray. Another save by Sarah Morrissey. Sarah Morrissey filling the goalkeeper stat sheet for sure.
Nice job by Emily not letting that ball bounce. And it doesn't necessarily mean you need possession, but just get something on it so that you're able to change the trajectory of the ball and not give the offense that momentum. So nice job by Emily stepping up. I think she's had a really good game back there.
Lucy Cabral plays it out, lets her defense reset. It'll be Watertown's throw on the far side. We're at Soccer Night in Belmont, just under 19 minutes left to go in this game. Belmont's up 2-1. Lights are just coming on this beautiful night. Temperature 68 still, but that'll drop. Maybe about 10 degrees as we go into the game under the lights. Belmont boys versus Watertown boys coming up about 30 minutes after the completion of this game. We project that to be around 7 p.m. Eastern. Good ball control by Belmont. This is Emily McHugh. Now up to Sarah Yu. Sarah has a clean cross, but good step by Watertown's Lily Lambeau.
Nice hustle by Sarah, not only making the cross, but then when it came back up there, getting the back in the play.
Sometimes I'd love to see the stat of punting yards for goalies, just like we see sometimes in football. Total yards moved. Good turn there by Evie Boas, taking the ball into space. Well pursued by Moya Flanagan.
I think Sadie Taylor's done a nice job coming off the bench, just coming in, giving energy, making some simple passes. I think she's done a nice job in her first couple minutes of varsity action.
Good to see. Good decision by Hannah Glavin. Nice back pass to Yuval Galani. Galani clears up to Sadie Taylor. One in the air by Taylor. Nice play. Now Kiki Evzepian up to Bridget Gray.
One of the things I would like to see Belmont do a little bit is change the point of attack. So we haven't seen a lot of, it's been all up the left, all up the right. I would like to see him change fields a little bit.
By that, make the horizontal pass, go from left to right and then up instead of vertical. Watertown's going to get the shot off with her left. That is Shannon Fitzpatrick, and it goes to Galani's right. Be a goal kick. Looks like we have a cramp on the field. That is Bridget Gray. I don't think Bridget's come out yet.
No, this is Bridget. I think has been fighting a little bit of a calf problem, and I'm assuming just the way that she went down and started to grab it, that it's a cramp.
Yeah. Ana Santos, number 22, which you'll see on your screen, ready to come in for Bridget Gray. Give Bridget a break. We hope Bridget will be able to return to the game.
And, you know, Bridget this year started off in the defense, but with all the injuries in the midfield, has done a nice job of moving up to the midfield. The thing I enjoy about Bridget is she is one of 4 players out there that I have had the opportunity to coach. Kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, and 8th grade. So she was on that, as you can tell by the orange wristband, she was on the Orange Tigers, along with my daughter, Kiki Hosepian, and Lily Duffy. So it is great on a senior night like this to see kids that you've coached for 7 or 8 years throughout, not only when they were kindergarten or 1st grade, but also when they were in middle school. So it looks like Bridget is just trying to stretch it out. She's got a bottle of Gatorade, trying to get some electrolytes in there, and so I'm hoping we'll see her back in a few minutes.
It is a joy to see players you knew since kindergarten just grow up and now make contributions on the high school field. Seen that with many of these girls myself and with many of the boys on the team. It looks like this is going to be a break in here by Lily Hovsepian, and Sarah Morrissey comes out once again to snuff a Belmont break.
So Lily did a nice job with her first touch. Her second touch was just too heavy, allowing the goalie to come out and make that play. So if she can make that second touch a little closer into the body, I think she would have broken away.
We've been keeping you in suspense with some of these fun facts. We're going to try to get them all in before the end of the game here. Players put some effort into writing them for a teammate, and we look forward to sharing some of them with you when the time is appropriate. This is Emily McHugh now.
Nice, Emily.
Back to Evie Boas. Evie trying to send the clear. And it goes once again to Morrissey. So Bridget Gray, who just came out, Brian shared a fun fact that he wrote himself, that she was on the orange team. Jane Caputo wanted viewers to know that Bridget's also an excellent goalie on the Belmont girls varsity hockey team.
I can actually, so Bridget has been the 4-year starter between the pipes for the varsity team. But what was interesting was, as an 8th grader, they allowed people to come up and play JV hockey. And what I think was really interesting was Bridget, as an 8th grader, got an award for the JV. So she's at the high school assembly as an 8th grader at a high school awards getting an award. So she's been around the program here for quite some time.
If we gave awards for fun facts, that might win one. So Allie Caputo, Ruby Jones had said, Allie also plays varsity ice hockey and rugby and is also a violinist. The combination of rugby and violin, quite a surprise to me.
It's not a crossover that you see often.
No, Dana Lair, the fun fact submitted by Hannah Glavin was that Dana's a track star who made both indoor and outdoor nationals. This isn't districts, this isn't
that would
state.
be Dana is the track star.
What did I say, Hannah?
Hannah
submitted it.
And yes, Hannah submitted it. Hannah's sister might be a track athlete. I know that Hannah does not love running distances, so the fact that she is the track person would not be there. Dana Lear is actually the runner.
Excellent that we have quality control
There
on
we
our
go.
fun facts.
Yes.
Fun fact of Emily McHugh, is submitted by Sabrina Sauls, is that Emily has the best dog in the world named Stella, who is here in the stands. I haven't heard Stella barking. Maybe that's why she's one of the best dogs in the world.
Yeah.
We got a fun fact on Evie Boas, submitted by Val Detho. And Evie's fun fact, she's been playing soccer since the age of 4, which is probably true of a lot of these players. But Evie also loves cookie dough frozen yogurt. Who doesn't, Brian?
That's a tough call.
Nice. Maybe with a victory, Evie will get cookie dough frozen yogurt at Rankatori's or some other place in town, or Moosey's, or one of the great places around.
Are you trying to get a sponsorship deal? You're trying to get in those.
We are interested in Moosey's and Rankatori's as sponsors of Belmont Soccer Night in Belmont next year, to join many great sponsors like Belmont Soccer Association, Belmont Media, and many others.
To get back to the game, quick timeout by Watertown. I'll be interested if they're changing their formation here. When you're goal down, a lot of times what you do is you're looking for the extra forward to come in. So it still looks like, I'm not sure if they're playing 3 now in the back or 4 in the back. We'll have to watch.
And that should give more space for Danica Zika. Danica with the turn. It looks like she's going to get the shot off. It gets deflected, and it goes to Morrissey. And there's a collision up there with Lily Ovsepian. Nice play once again by Morrissey. Now, if you're Belmont, do you change and add a defender, or do you wait a little bit longer?
I think it's still too early. I think at the 15-minute mark, you don't want to go in a shell. And I think you just need a little bit more time.
We'll see if this is a fantastic finish here. Belmont and Watertown. Belmont up 2-1. Just under 14 minutes left to go in this contest.
It does look like Watertown has gone to 3 in the back right now. So it looks like they've put an extra person up front, which makes a lot of sense. You have 15 minutes. It's left in the game. You need that goal. You've been pressing. You've been doing okay. And maybe that extra forward is going to be able to put one home for you.
We've mentioned Hannah Glavin's name many times tonight on the defense. Her fun fact submitted by Dana Lair is that Hannah gives the best car rides home from practice, and she plays for an elite travel soccer club team.
Great win by Sarah Yu right there.
Good battle by Hannah Glavin there. Good turn by 5, Gabby Bonderick for Watertown. Good step up with the head by Lily Lambeau for Watertown, their central defender. With that play out of bounds, we'll talk about Jane Caputo's fun fact, which was submitted by Bridget Gray. They share a love of hockey, and Bridget said that Jane's Canadian roots help her immensely as she plays on the varsity soccer team.
So you're seeing Sabrina Sauls go back in the game. I didn't know if Sabrina was going to come back in the game or not, but I think it's great to be able to settle it down. You know, I think for the last couple of minutes, Watertown's applied the pressure, and Belmont has really been clearing the ball, a little bit more panicked with the ball.
Nice battle there. Cleared out by Kiki Hovsepian. You know, Coach Jemmy is going for his first win tonight as a Belmont varsity soccer coach. And when you got a player of Sabrina's talent who most likely said she feels good, coach, put me in, he'll go with his senior captain.
Yeah, and I think I'm also happy to see that not only could she go for a couple minutes, but she can come back in the game. So I actually think not only is this a good sign for Sabrina here, it's also a great sign for Belmont soccer moving forward this year. Because if she can play now 20, 25 minutes a half, they're going to be a much better team.
Anna Santos subs in for Lily Hovsepian as the right forward for Belmont. Danica with the nice turn. She shoots and she nails it. Hat trick for Danica Zika. Belmont goes up 3-1.
I think Jemmy might have just jumped 2 feet right there. So 3-1 hat trick, just an incredible play. So far we've seen her ability to beat people with her speed. That was a heck of a shot.
Building a highlight reel early in her varsity career, Danica Zika with her 3rd goal of the game. All 3 goals for Belmont. She goes up 3-1. Very exciting goal, too. I think well played by Morrissey, but Zika just blasted it off the crossbar and down into the net.
Yes. You know, I don't think if the score stands, I don't think we'll have a lot of controversy in who is going to get player of the game.
Never know. Are there rules that freshmen can't get it, Brian?
There are definitely not rules when you
Don't take
give
the
your
drama
coach,
away.
when you give your coach the first win, and I know for the Belmont girls program, they're going to be happy not only with their first win of the season, it's the first coaches win if they can hang on here for 10 minutes.
Belmont, with that goal, goes up 3-1. Little bit of breathing room here. Watertown, well coached, hasn't stopped. Nice redirection of that ball by Danica. Kicked out of bounds. Let's get a few more fun facts in for Kate Grimble, the backup goalie. Sadie Taylor writes, not only is she super awesome, but she can develop photos for film. Not very common anymore with all this digital photography. So that's Kate Grimble.
And Kate is coming into the game right now, replacing Yuval.
Perfect timing.
Yes.
Nice of Coach Jemmy to get many of his players, particularly seniors, into the game. Fun fact on Kiki Hovsepian, Lily Duffy wrote that Kiki, her nickname is Kiki the Brick Wall, like kick the brick wall. Kiki the Brick Wall is a star on defense and will come out of nowhere to win the ball. She's always stood out on the field since her second soccer days on the legendary Orange Tigers team. Was that your team, Brian?
That was my team back in the day. Rob Gray and I had the opportunity to coach a lot of these players. It was an absolute pleasure and a fun thing to do as a coach and a dad.
This nice work by Sadie Taylor. Can Sabrina get a shot? She lifts it. Nice save by Sarah Morrissey once again.
And I also think having Sabrina in, you're going to get some scoring from the midfield. It's great to get the victory tonight. But what you worry about is other teams' game planning. So far, there's been 4 goals scored by Belmont, and it's 4 goals by Danica.
This season.
This season, you'd like to spread out the scoring a little bit more. It'd be nice if you can see a couple other players put the ball in the net, obviously.
Watertown continues to compete well here at Harris Field. Boas now to Emily McHugh. Physical play by Watertown. Watertown continues to keep the pressure on. That's Elsa Ryan, number 10. Referee gets
Referee's part of the
little bit
field.
of the action twice there. You continue to play it off of his foot. It'll be Belmont's throw. Kiki wrote about Lily, her fun fact. She says Lily's nickname is Duff. She's a speedy right forward who can impressively skate on the hockey ice, even faster than she can run. She uses her hockey skills to body anyone in her way. Thank you, Kiki,
I would
for
say
that.
I would say the fun fact is she's also president of the class.
Is Lily Duffy the president of the class?
Yes, president of the
Again,
class.
Brian is coming through on these bonus fun facts.
I think I might have put that in more than her name. They refer to as Duff. If your name's Duffy,
That one's pretty easy.
you know.
So here's the fun fact on Lily
And
Wright.
this is a great sub right now, getting Sabrina out of there. You want to make sure that she heads right for the ice machine right now.
Coming in for her is Ali Caputo for her first action, I think, of the game. So going through some additional fun facts, Lucy Hines writes about Lily Wright, that Lily, the team manager, moved here from Hong Kong last year. She loves to travel and spend time with her dog named Sausage. What a name. And this is Danica Zika going for her 4th goal. Can she do it? She shoots and it's saved by Sarah Morrissey once again.
She's going to be fun to watch for the next 3 years.
By my count, her 6th or 7th breakaway just in this game. So Lily Wright writes about Lucy Hines, that Lucy, number 25, is a sophomore who's clearly passionate about soccer, also loves science and loves animals. And this was one of my favorites, Brian. I try to top this. Lucy would like to have a pet goat later in her life. Here goes Danica Zika again, moves around. Watertown does a nice job of closing her space. Good win there. Nice shot by Sadie Taylor. Good shot by Lily Hovsepian for her first goal of the season.
And that's great, because that's the confidence you're looking for, to have someone else score. And so it's a wonderful thing. Lily will remember that and put that in the net. That's a wonderful, wonderful thing that just happened. And I think hopefully giving her a lot more confidence as we go throughout the season.
That is Lily Hovsepian, her first goal of the season for Belmont. She is a sophomore. Subs coming in for Belmont now. That's number 2, Jane Caputo. Evie Boas coming off the field. Let's get some more fun facts. My goal is to get them all in. If the action is slow enough. Nice play by Kate Grimble, her first action. So the next fun fact is Becca Lloyd said Lucy Cabral also plays rugby as well as she plays soccer. Many 2- and 3-sport athletes here on the Belmont girls varsity soccer team. Molly Plunkett, her fun fact, submitted by Sarah Yu, is that last year on one of the first nights of the season, the two of them took a sunset picture every night set a goal to take a sunset picture every night of the season, but they only made it to 2. But as of the writing of this, she's already made it to 3. She wrote that last night. So let's see if the streak continues tonight while they'll be here at Soccer Night in Belmont. Belmont is up 4-1, 5 minutes left to go. As Watertown subs, Gabby Bondurek coming back into the game for Watertown. All right, fun fact on Ruby Jones. Ruby plays hockey in the winter, submitted by Allie Caputo. When I saw Ruby play in the scrimmage, she was extremely quick and great at winning the ball. Not quite a fun fact. We'll see if she's able to get in the game here today. See if Coach Jemmy gets the rest of the players into the game. Now up 4-1. Nice turn by Watertown. Number 4, Caitlin Fitzpatrick takes the shot. Nice save by Kate Grimble. Got 3 to go here, Brian. Sadie Taylor's fun fact, submitted by Kate Grimble, is that Sadie is currently learning guitar. Fun fact. Maybe she'll be in the pep band afterwards. Sarah Yu's fun fact, submitted by Molly Plunkett, is that Sarah is a triple threat. I think you teased this early in the broadcast.
I did. Basketball in the band.
Yeah, usually when we say triple threat, we need 3 athletic things. Band counts in some folks' book. So she plays soccer, basketball, and band. And then the last of the fun facts that was submitted, Val Dethu for Belmont. Val is a senior, and her favorite season is spring, and she speaks both English and French fluently. If she listens to the broadcast, she's probably not going to like my French pronunciation of her last name.
Well, you noticed I didn't jump in on that one.
We got some names in the second game here, Brian.
Yes.
We're going to do our best to not butcher names. Great atmosphere here at Belmont's Harris Field. Belmont girls varsity soccer now up 4-1.
Yeah, I would say for the most part we're better with less syllables.
Clock stopped at 5 minutes here.
Once again, we have a doubleheader tonight. The boys' game will be about a half an hour after the completion of the girls' game. We have a little less than 5 minutes left in the game. Belmont up 4-1. Danica Zika with a hat trick tonight. And what is nice is they do have a player of the game ceremony afterwards, in which there's usually free cleats involved. So there'll be a trophy presentation at the end, but also an announcement of the most valuable player for tonight, or as we would like to say, the person of the match.
Person of the match, player of the game.
Nice job.
I would think the nominees for that, one would be clearly Sarah Morrissey for Watertown. I would actually put 2 Watertown players in my top 3. Second would be their center midfielder, Amanda Costco. And I would put Danica Zika for Belmont.
Yeah.
Would you change any of your top 3, Brian?
I did feel that Hannah Glavin had a very strong game today in the back. I liked how Emily McHugh made some overlapping runs. In fact, the defense I think did a great job in the second half. But it's tough, you know, when you win 4-1, you have a hat trick. It's kind of self-explanatory.
I also thought Evie Boas. She assisted on the first goal by Danica Patrick with a great pass, made some really strong passes, won a lot of the balls in the midfield, played a really strong game, as did many Belmont players. To try to keep the drama going, though, I do wonder, we've never had this before. I don't think we've had a freshman player win. I don't know if they're eligible to win, Brian.
You score a hat trick. Not only are you eligible, you win it.
There could be controversy here at Harris Field if Danica doesn't win the person of the match. Mr. Meringer here might storm the field, just like these Belmont players, to celebrate their first victory of the season.
Yes.
They're celebrating at the 15-yard line. The Belmont girls get the first win for their coach.
I also think it's a very important win in general, just for the fact that if they do want to make the state tournament, if they're like, they need to have the victory tonight, because if they had started off without a win in their first 4 games, I think it would have been difficult to kind of bounce back. So a nice win tonight. Belmont moves on to Reading, which should be a nice game. You're getting a couple players back. I think that's good. Arlington next Saturday will be a very difficult game. They're probably the class of the league, but a wonderful night tonight for the Belmont team. I felt well played by Watertown. There was some individual moves I think that they got beat by, but I also feel like the Watertown program is moving in the right direction.
You know, the game in some ways, it's a deceiving 4-1 to me because
Yes.
Watertown was very competitive. On the other hand, you could say Belmont had 7 or 8 break-ins. The game, if it wasn't for Sarah Morrissey for Watertown,
Yeah.
could have been 7 or 8 to 1. So it's just one of those games that you sometimes see with soccer. Very entertaining game. The 1,500 or so people easily here at Harris Field, maybe even more. Could be close to 2,000 people, as the folks that were here for the first game and those who arrived early for the second game are here at the same time. We'll see how many stay. Some of the youngest fans here might have bedtime soon. And now Rob Gray and John Carson are going to give the Soccer Night in Belmont Cup to the captains of the Belmont girls varsity team. Let's see see how they celebrate. Who holds it up? Hold it up like we see in the Champions League. Congratulations to the girls varsity soccer team. They were not able to lift it last year as Winchester did, and they're celebrating in style down in front of their bench. Wonderful for them. Stay tuned. We'll also, right here for the player of the game. I think there's more suspense whether Brian storms the field if Danica doesn't win it.
It's nice to see them right now. last year, Soccer Night in Belmont did not go as quite as well for the Belmont Marauders, so it's nice to see them have a trophy, have the nice pictures, and have a little bit of fun.
So they just announced, Brian, you will be a happy guy. They will announce that they just announced that Danica Zika is the player of the game. Waiting for after the photo for Danica to come, receive her soccer ball here, and the cleats. I'm sure she'll tell John what her cleat size is, and in a week or so she'll have some new Puma cleats. But given how she's scoring with her current cleats, I don't think she's going to be want to wear new cleats this season. But congratulations to Danica Zika, the freshman striker for Belmont. Tonight, Soccer Night in Belmont, player of the game. We'll see if she can keep that streak going as a freshman.
And it was nice. It was nice to hear her team chanting Danny as well. So nice night, obviously, for her. We're seeing the guys coming out on the field right now for the doubleheader. So far, a good opening game for the Marauders, and so we're hoping for a nice competitive game. I think we have some interviews to do.
We have a whole in between program for you. But Brian, any final thoughts on the girls' game before we move to the halftime show?
No, I just think it's a nice night. Coach gets their first win. Soccer Night in Belmont in front of all these people. Everyone pretty much was able to get into the game. I think in the long view, you're seeing players return, which I feel like will be good for the season. And hopefully this is the start of things to come for the team, and I'm real happy for them.
So stay with us here on Belmont Media Center's special broadcast of Soccer Night in Belmont. The final score from Harris Field in our first of two games. Belmont 4, Watertown 1. I'm Scott Landry for Brian Merringer and Jeremy Meserve. Thanks for joining us. Stay tuned for our halftime program with our special guest, President of Belmont Soccer Association, Chris Heisler. Here for our intermission at Belmont's Harris Field, Scott Landry, Brian Merringer, Jeremy Meserve, and joining us now, the President of Belmont Soccer Association, Chris Heisler. Chris, we're just meeting for the first time. Thanks for being president of such an influential organization in town, serving so many kids, and welcome to the broadcast.
I appreciate it. I'm a lucky man. Look no further than this game, and right now, how many people are invested in soccer right now? It's quite a gift.
So people in Belmont who have grown up here or raised kids here know that almost everybody plays Belmont soccer. Talk about the size of Belmont soccer. How many kids, how many refs, how many coaches, those sorts of things.
Yeah, sure.
Belmont's a small town, and it seems like all of it is involved in Belmont soccer.
There's a lot, but I give credit to the other sports. I mean, lacrosse is booming in Belmont. Hockey's booming in Belmont. Ultimately, my goal is to make soccer sort of the program that people want to be a part of, where they know their kids are going to be safe. They know the kids are going to have a fun experience and maybe make some new friends. I mean, that's at the core of it. That's what we want. We've got 1,356 kids registered this fall. We have about 36 travel teams, tons of in-town teams, over 200 coaches volunteering, over 50 referees not volunteering but being refs. So it's a massive organization that I had no idea what was going to happen when I fell into it a year ago. But there's a lot coming. I'm very impressed.
You kind of fell into it. You were on the board, but the president at the time got invited to move to New Zealand or someplace halfway around the world. I used to coach with Craig.
Yeah, okay, you got the story. You're exactly right. I originally took over David Hammer's position, which was vice president. Yeah, he was the vice president. Big shoes to fill. Couldn't wait. And I was in that role for, I think, 2 weeks before Craig said, I'm not coming back. And I was like, well, does that mean what's happening? And then
Does the vice president succeed, or is there like a secretary of state or a speaker of the house
exactly,
or something like
that? Pure chaos. But we had to get things done. So I would say last year, in the same way, Neiman's last year was a transition year. Let's call year one a transition year for myself and the board. But we're in a good spot now. I think we've got lots of new blood coming in. We have a new travel director who took over for Russ Mann, who's been there for 15 years. We've got a new in-town director. We've got a new secretary, big positions with new people with new ideas.
So we were talking earlier that The program starts in kindergarten here. And if you've never been to Winbrook Field and watched kindergarten soccer, you should go. It's worth it on an early Saturday morning. The joy that is spread on that field is unlike anything. One of my most enjoyable things ever in my life as a dad is coaching kindergarten soccer in Belmont Soccer Association. Did it 3 times. Once wasn't enough. It was too much fun. And then it runs through 8th grade. And in 4th grade, I believe, in this town, we start to travel and compete against other towns. But it's tremendously exciting. It certainly was for my kids to wear Belmont on their jersey and then go to Weston or Wellesley or Needham or one of these other towns that seems very far away and represent your town and try to play your best.
We're in a good spot. We got a new coach for the boys varsity, Neiman. Jemmy's a new girls coach. And my big goal for us is to make a better bridge between Belmont soccer and the high school. I think nights like this support it. You see all these kids watching these kids take the night on. Who wouldn't want to be in their shoes in 6 to 8 years? Especially with, Danica gets a hat trick as a freshman. If I'm a girl in these stands right now, I know I want to do as a freshman. I want to make the team. I want that. I want to hold that cup up. I am very, very bullish on girls soccer right now in Belmont. There is so much talent coming up, so much love for the sport. You look at women's soccer across the world, you see other countries starting to come up to the U.S., and I like that. I think it's really, really cool. But from what I see from these girls, and coaching my daughter's 4th grade team, you alluded to it, there's nothing like it. It is every week, and my bucket is filled by seeing these girls just push themselves together, do a little circle before the game, make up their own cheer, and go out and try to win games.
The reality is there might be 100 players per class in 5th and 6th grade, and 50 of those might be girls, 50, or maybe it's 100 girls, 100 boys. But 5 or 6 might make the varsity team. But Belmont Soccer provides an opportunity for all 100 to meet friends, to get in better shape, to learn the gift of teamwork, to learn how much fun soccer is to play and to watch and to practice and all that. So how, as the president of the league, do you try to balance the goods of trying to be as competitive as we can be as a town versus making it the type of experience that people are going to remember for the rest of their lives positively, whether they were the best player on the team or the person that gave the best cheers on the bench?
You said it better than I could. This isn't really let's be honest. What percentage of kids are going to go on and play soccer in college? Not a large percentage. What percentage of these kids are going to be best friends beyond college because they played soccer together? A lot. When you sweat with people at a practice in a game, you go through that. Those girls are all hugging after that. You can't replicate that outside of the game of sport. Sport transcends. What we're trying to do is change the culture of Belmont soccer little by little. So, for instance, now we have a weekly email that goes out every Monday, and it's a recap of the week. All things Belmont soccer related. It has nothing to do with wins and losses. It's sportsmanship 101. So we got this beautiful paragraph from the 7th, 8th grade coach, boys coach. I said, just give me your positive stories in the week. This guy said, there's 3 7th graders on the 8th grade team. That's it, on the top team. And the 8th graders brought these kids in as if they were one of their own. They're teaching them through leadership, by talking to them. They don't feel less than. What more can we give these 7th graders so that they replicate that in 8th grade? That's the chain of command. And another coach sent me his thing where a girl was being asked to go play left midfield. She said, no, coach, I suck at left mid. I'm really bad. I don't know what to do. I'm only a defender. And the girl was like, come on, just go. Come on, go play left mid. So she goes out there and said the first 3 minutes are chaos. And then what happens? She scores a goal.
Wow.
She runs down the sideline, says to the coach, it's my first goal in 5 years. What does that teach us as parents? It teaches, it's okay to be uncomfortable. It's okay to say, I don't know. But you don't get that unless you actually get a coach to say, I'm going to trust you. Just go try. Go get uncomfortable. That's not winning and losing. That's beyond. That's how sport transcends. So our mission at Belmont Soccer is, go have fun. Go learn how to lose. Go learn how to win. Get uncomfortable. Make new friends. Let us know how it goes.
You mentioned David Hamer earlier. David was a long time, probably close to a decade as a vice president, working with Charlie Conroy as the president, and they advanced Belmont soccer so much in terms of merging the second soccer into the Belmont Soccer Association so that it would be more comprehensive and cohesive as the kids advanced by age. And then they did a lot of work with field management and scheduling and things like that. What have you been doing besides managing the pandemic, which is a massive thing? But what are some of the goals for you to realize a stronger program with more participation, more fun, more of those friendships that form for life?
Equity is important. I think we're not transparent enough that if you cannot afford to play, we'll pay for you. Like, we don't have that publicized enough on our website. So our website is probably from 1986. So let's start there. Let's revamp our website so if somebody came in and knows nothing about soccer, they have a better idea of what Belmont soccer is all about. You want to play soccer, you can play soccer.
Yep.
You identify as binary, you can play. It doesn't matter. You are welcome to play Belmont soccer no matter how much money you make, no matter how you identify, first and foremost. Number two, we need better fields. I don't know how to do that one yet, so if you're listening to this and you have a specialty in safe turf or something, please call me. Like, I don't know where we can find space in Belmont, but for the amount of money that's invested in this town for soccer and lacrosse and baseball, like, we can all figure out a way to maybe find segments we have better fields. I just don't know how to do it.
Having coached travel for many years, the sad statement is almost every other town we travel to has a better field. Not everyone, but most.
I agree.
And it's because of limited public space, I think, in Belmont, and that our fields aren't sacred for sports. When you have players that turn ankles because a dog owner lets their dog dig a ditch, we don't have a lot of outside public space. Dogs need to go, but we need to treat things as sacred, and we might need higher capacity fields with lights and turf, so that we can have practices in the fall after 5 p.m. being on the East Coast. So that is quite the challenge. I am hopeful as the high school, the ripple effects of the high school project when it adds a middle school and additional fields get built and the hockey rink perhaps gets built, that with more turf, with more lights down here, because it isn't as residential as other places where we have fields in Belmont, that we may be able to get more field time so that players can practice more with lights that allow people to sleep.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I also want to say, if you look around right now, our coaches are decently wearing our swag. But
new logos for Belmont soccer.
We got new uniforms, new logos. I want to see if we really want to rebrand Belmont soccer, you better make your brand look good. So we're trying to make our coaches look more the part, feel more the part. Our players like what they're wearing. Parents, you can buy stuff to support it. We don't have Belmont soccer bumper stickers like Newton does. The little magnets on the back of their cars. Like, where are we? There are ways to really invest more into the culture of soccer in Belmont in a not in-your-face way, just in an authentic way. Like, we believe in this. So.
He's Chris Heisler, the president of Belmont Soccer Association. So, Chris, we've been talking about the young kids that are here, wearing their uniforms, wearing their wristbands, everything. What did Belmont Soccer do to generate such a great turnout of the youngest players in town?
For tonight?
Yes.
Well, I give John Carson and Rob Gray a ton of credit. They came to our coaches meeting. They are emailing me more than I care to admit. Like, hey, email the teams, email the families. We have 1.5 minutes till kickoff.
To the procession.
To the procession.
Which
is the highlight.
Yes.
Honestly, the kids want to be here. This is what they're going to look forward to. They want these nights to remember, but I give them all the credit. This is 7 years in a row for them. So I'm just piggybacking off of them.
Before you go, Chris, what are ways people listening to this broadcast, if they live in Belmont, can get involved besides coaching? If your kid isn't in the program, what other needs do you have?
Just email info@Belmont Soccer. If you got questions, do that. Secondly, just come support the kids. We're trying to get better at not coaching from the sidelines and just saying good job.
Hard to do when your kid is on the field.
When I say invest in culture, that's what I mean.
Good peer pressure.
That's right. So we're getting there.
Quiet.
We're getting there. Great to talk to you.
He's Chris Heisler. Thanks, Chris, for all you and Belmont Soccer do for all the kids in town.
My pleasure. Great to talk.
Great. We're just... Thank you. Great. just getting ready for procession prime time under the lights here.
Yeah.
Fun to see Coach Jemmy walking with the Soccer Night in Belmont Cup, enjoying every bit of his first practice, trying to get the crowd going. Love to see that. He'll be our guest in halftime of the boys' game, where we'll be able to talk to him about his first win as Belmont soccer coach.
Yes, yes. Always nice to get that first win, you know. And I thought they almost had it against Stoneham in their first game, but obviously, you know, it's nice to get, and hopefully they can get, as we said, some players get in a roll and start doing well.
Well, we can see on the far side of the field here the slogan for Belmont, for Soccer Night in Belmont. We live for the nights we remember, and this is certainly a night Coach Jemmy will remember, getting his first win with a full crowd like this. And now there's 1,500 people here. Someday, perhaps, like 15,000 people will say, I was at that game, remember when he got his first win? And they beat Watertown with that freshman. Danny scored the hat trick.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things now as we switch over to the boys' game was that we had mentioned earlier that we had seen all the flags. So not only are the stands packed on this side, but they're also packed now, starting to fill in on the other side. And as you see across the way, you can see all the different flags. And I know you had talked to the boys coach about just the international kind of flavor and influence of this boys team this year.
This staggered me, Brian, when I heard this fact from Coach Neiman. 19 of the 23 boys on the Belmont varsity roster have at least one parent, some have two, but at least one, who was born outside of the United States.
Yeah, that's an incredible fact.
You know, we've lived in this town for a long time. We know people move here from just about everywhere. We have universities, we got leading businesses, we got a lot of different things like that. But to be that concentrated with international representation here is a wonderful thing. We learn way more because of that breadth and diversity. Our kids learn more to have friends who's got family members all around the world. I do know that the number 6 for Belmont, Noé, his family will be watching in France tonight. So I think we have an international audience right now. So welcome to everybody who is following us from whether you're 100 yards from us or a 100-hour flight away from us.
Yes. So we're now going to have the procession in. You can kind of hear the theme song for the Premier League, and the players will be entering the field. As we saw earlier with the girls' game, they're with youth soccer players here in town. A very, very nice opportunity for the older kids who have been through this program to kind of pay it back, and for some of the younger kids to participate and feel like they're in the action.
So Belmont is walking in from your left, and Watertown Raiders are walking in from your right. Both teams led by their captains and the referees. The referees will walk them to each of their respective sides.
And just like you had seen a Premier League game, they have the soccer ball mounted and the ref takes it out.
Fun moments, soak it in. Lots of young players accompanying folks that they look up to here. Watertown, a very populated roster. I don't know if the coach added more players to it because this was going to be such a big night and there's not a junior varsity game going on right beforehand. So Watertown is dressing 29 players tonight, 2 9th graders, 3 10th graders, 7 11th graders, and 16 seniors. Plus there was a late addition. I don't know which class he's in. And then for Belmont, they have 24 rostered boys, 2 freshmen, 4 sophomores, and 9 juniors and 9 seniors. And they're led by their captain, Andy Bello, and their 2 vice captains. Peter Grace is one, And the second vice captain is Lucas Alvarez Fernandez. They're the three closest players to the referees standing in the center field. Watertown is led by their 4 co-captains. Sorry, check that. Their captains are not listed. So I presume their captains are some of the players closest to the referees too, but unconfirmed. Like we had in the first game, very exciting that both Belmont and Watertown middle schools are combining for the national anthem. Now we'll turn it over to David Kane, our public address announcer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to Soccer Night in Belmont. Tonight's event celebrates the connection between our high school soccer programs to our youth programs, the Belmont Soccer Association and Watertown Youth Soccer. More than 85% of the Belmont boys varsity team play in the Belmont Soccer Association. Tonight, in recognition of the contribution our youth soccer programs make in developing the high school athletes, Belmont players are wearing wristbands signifying the color of the Belmont Youth Soccer team uniform. Now please stand for our national anthem, performed by the Generate School Middle School Chorus, Sarah Carson, Director, and the Watertown Middle School Chorus, Abby Barsos, Director.
And now run for the exits. The young players love that. Live from Harris Field. This is the second part of our doubleheader from Belmont High School in this special Belmont Media Center broadcast of Soccer Night in Belmont. This evening, the Belmont Marauders take on the Watertown Raiders. I'm Scott Landry, joined by Jeremy Meserve on camera and Brian Meringer here on commentary on this tremendously beautiful September evening. It's our joy to welcome you to the broadcast and to Soccer Night and to thank you for tuning in. So Brian, these players have been competing against each other since youth soccer. The Watertown boys team has always been competitive with the Belmont boys teams, particularly as early as 4th and 5th and 6th grade. So these players have played each other for quite a while. We heard Coach Ken Craig, Coach Neiman during halftime. He thinks his team has a lot of talent to go deep this year. They lost to a very strong Melrose team, which he thinks is among the best teams in the state. And this is a chance to rebound from a tough loss and set themselves on the path to meet their goals. So we'll pause, think about that as David Kane announces the starting lineup for Watertown. just about ready to get underway. It should be an exciting game. Belmont comes in at 2-1, led by their midfield. Back to Peter Grace, their center defender. Good effort by Belmont, taking it in the corner. Getting a shot, crosses it. A little bit too far up the field for Owen Filler. Belmont plays an aggressive offensive formation, 3-5-2, so only 3 defenders. Their outside wing backs play both offense and defense. They run like crazy. And then they have 2 attacking midfielders.
Yeah, they really want
early goals.
They really want everyone to get involved and to play. You know, you have Peter Grace back here, who was an all-star last year, which gives you a little bit of flexibility. You have a new goalie who's a sophomore who's playing this year, but obviously you've got experience in the back where you can go 3. A lot of coaches want to play 4 because they want the extra protection, but I think obviously the coach is feeling that he's really got something with the 3 defenders and a sophomore goalie that he can go to that formation, which really needs which really is an athletic moving forward formation.
Nice step there by number 8, Bjorn Binslev. Oh, sorry, good step by him. Number 8 was Satchel Kenkre, who was knocked down in the play. Glad to see that Satchel is doing well. Satchel opened the season for Belmont with an incredible chip shot from about 40 yards out to get on the board against Stoneham, a game that Belmont won last week 3-0. Then Belmont beat a tough Winchester team by several goals, and what Coach Neiman was saying, it could have been even a bigger rout, just given the amount of opportunities Belmont had, that Winchester was able to keep it close. And then Belmont lost a tough game, 2-0, to one of the stronger teams in the state, Melrose, just this week. We'll see how they rebound tonight.
Stefan Manjikin with the ball over in the corner.
Stefan's a really talented player with the ball. Every single player that plays now for Belmont tries to maintain possession, do small-sided passes. It's not as much of a vertical game as you see many high school players play. It's a little bit more possession game, smaller passes, a lot of team movement, get everybody involved.
And you definitely saw, like, when they had the free kick, they put the ball down and went. And so you're trying to get, I think what Coach Neiman is trying to do is he's trying to get an up-tempo team that's going to attack. And so immediately foul, put the ball on the ground and go.
Nice ball win by number 7, Claudio Dragonetti for Belmont. Now it's Andrew Schreiner up to Owen Filler. Those 2 are best friends. Now to Lucas Alvarez Fernandez. Lucas unfortunately slips. Sorry, I got the number wrong. Number 7 is Claudio Dragonetti. Fernandez is 11. They're both strikers.
Nice ball win by Watertown right there.
Ball comes in to Borkowski. The goalie plays it, keeps possession. Andrew Schreiner now up to Noe Abanel Badalana.
We're sorry if we're mispronouncing that. I think we're just going with no way for most of the game.
Back pass by Watertown to their goalie, Isaiah Etienne. Throw in now for Belmont on the far side. This is Stefan Manjikian. Centering pass. Owen Filler tries to head it. Unable to make contact. Cleared out by Watertown. Good passing by Watertown there. A little push in the back by Fernandez. The refs saw it. Let them play on a little bit. Play advantage, and then called it when Belmont won the possession back.
So far, we're about 5 minutes in. Both teams just kind of a little bit back and forth. Haven't really had any plays, any like scoring opportunities, but I feel like they're kind of feeling each other out. Nice.
Good ball win by Noe. Noe being recruited by several D1 programs, according to Coach Neiman. He's a new addition to the team this year, having played elite club soccer for a while, perhaps. I know he has family in France. I don't know if he played in France. Nice win by either Manjikian or Dragonetti. I can't see this far out. That's a nice step by Owen Filler. Belmont playing very aggressively. Now Andrew Schreiner. I'm impressed by Belmont's passing thus far, Brian.
Yeah. A lot of times coaches will say, like, keep the ball on the ground, keep the ball on the carpet, and I think they're doing a nice job of really stringing together some passes.
That's Alvarez Fernandez into Satchel Kenkri.
Oh,
nice win by Satchel, very talented left-footed player. Now pass up by 13 for Watertown. That's Jack Kelly. Now up to Owen Filler. Good step by 12 for Watertown. Abel Kasheshian.
An illegal throw called by the referee. Possession will now go over to Watertown.
Throwing in for them is Kasheshian. Now up to number 21, Borges. Not actually on the printed roster.
Nice scoring opportunity here for Watertown.
So in high school boys soccer and some high school girls soccer, this is scoring distance if you want to take a shot. But if this were you, Brian, would you be shooting or would you be chipping?
I think I'd be chipping. I think you're a little bit. I think you're a little bit far out. I'm not sure you're beating the goalie from 30 yards out.
Can't see the number of the Watertown player who was taking this. He goes for the shot. Borkowski lets the rebound drop, but Belmont, he's able to repossess it on that shot. Was number 19, Cyrus Kiani for Watertown. Now this is Peter Grace. Didn't see the defender there, but good step in front by Andrew Schreiner. Peter Grace tries to carry the ball. Now this is Noe. Up to captain Andy Bello. Andy settles things down. Back to Schreiner. Working a lot up the left to Owen Filler. Packed house here at Harris Field. Great to see so many of the players and fans who were here for the first game stayed for the second game, and we added several hundred more. This could be a record crowd. We'll need to ask John Carson later his projected crowd statistics for tonight. You have the pep band getting going. A lot of young kids are doing their own stomp music.
Yeah, it's just a great night. You get the band playing. There's all these kids, and they're running around having a good time, chanting for the players. It's a really a wonderful environment here tonight, and we couldn't have asked for any better weather.
Festive, very energetic group. Battle down there in the corner. It'll be Watertown's throw-in deep in the Belmont end, 0-0. Just 10 minutes into the first half here.
I'm wondering how big of a throw this is going to be. A lot of times you'll put someone down there if they've got a big throw in the middle.
Gets it deep into the box, headed back out for Belmont. Watertown's able to resend it in, but pretty easy save by Borkowski. Now off to Andrew Schreiner, who carries it. Now up to Satchel Kenkre, midfield. He hits the through ball to Stefan Manjikian running up the right side. Stefan is able to knock the ball off of the Watertown defender. It'll be Belmont's throw-in. Nice ball movement by the Belmont Marauders on that play.
And once again, it started with a quick distribution by the goalie. So you can really see that Belmont wants to really push the pace. Anytime they're getting a foul, putting the ball down, going. The goalie gets it, just distributing the ball really quick.
Throw comes in. Doesn't go where Belmont wanted it to go. Claudio Dragonetti was pushed in the back, wasn't able to get his head on it. It goes to Watertown's goalie, Isaiah Etienne, with the punt. Good win by Andy Bello. Very aggressive play by Lucas Alvarez Fernandez up there to try to gain possession. I think referees called them on that. And we have our first substitution of the game coming in. Senior number 4, Kevin Mendez for Watertown. Looks like Mendez is going to play right back, and he's moving up one of his teammates.
Yeah, interesting switch here. Right now you had about 3 players switching positions here for Watertown.
Or sorry, Mendez is going play the left forward. Now this is David Karaptian.
Nice win by Alvarez Fernandez, but however,
Nice win by Watertown. Good ball possession there.
Oh, that's going to be
a hold.
A hold right outside the box.
Very close to being in the box. Lucky for Belmont.
I know that Belmont's complaining about this, but that was a foul. Like he had his shirt.
Then a physical, not a dirty game yet. Not a dirty game. Not expecting that.
I always do find it a little bit humorous when the referees mark off 10 yards on a football field. If it's at the 10, just tell them to get it at the goal line.
Good point.
So you asked, I would have it.
This is 19, Cyrus Kiani with the shot. Belmont blocks it. Looked like he had a good angle on that shot, looking for the left corner of the goal. Good competitive head ball. Referee calls a foul on Watertown, so it'll be Belmont's distribution here. Belmont, instead of doing the long ball right off the kick, they try to maintain possession. This is Dragonetti now. Knocked down. It looks like, yes, it'll be a free kick for Belmont. We'll see if they move quickly. Looks like Manjikian now coming up. Satchel Kenkre scored from about this point.
Kenkre just gave himself a couple yards. I think the ref's going to push him back just a tad.
But he did score from this point in Belmont's first game, so let's see if he tries to repeat. Noe is also there. It might be his kick. It's trying to keep Watertown guessing whether it'll be a righty or a lefty taking the shot. And it'll be Kenkre for the shot right to Etienne, Watertown's goalie. A little bit of an easy save. I wonder if Satchel was trying to kick it low to get a deflection away from Etienne, but didn't happen on that play. Nice header by Satchel. Claudio Dragonetti very active there. Lucas Alvarez, nice back pass to Owen Filler to Dragonetti. Good turn, now back to Noe. Up to Dragonetti. Tries to hit Owen Filler streaking up the left side, but Owen expected a different type of pass. Back into the game, number 12. Abel Kasheshian for Watertown. And first sub for Belmont coming in, it's Jake Robbenheimer coming in for Lucas Alvarez Fernandez. Pass up the right side, foot race here. Peter Grace wins it, back to Borkowski. Now to Bjorn. To Noe. To Satchel Kenkre. Satchel's touch a little bit long. Watertown's able to steal possession. Back to Noe. Takes it into open space. Belmont using possession well. Good touch pass from Kenkre to Manjikian. Manjikian, they've gone to that 3 or 4 times. It's come close, and Manjikian is quite fast on that right side. Watertown playing it better now than they did at the first couple minutes of the half.
One of the things I really liked about that play when Peter Grace went back to the goalie is he immediately changed the field. And what typically happens is when you're going up the right side, people shift to the right. So if you get the ball and you can change the point of attack before the defense can shift over, you usually have space to bring the ball up. So I really liked how Belmont is changing the point of attack, and their offense is spreading out really well. Like, one of the things you want to do is when you have the ball is create width, and they're doing an excellent job, I think, Belmont, of creating width and moving the ball around.
Nice heading demonstration by Schreiner, Grace, and Owen Filler there for Belmont. Now up to Dragonetti. Now to Andy Bello, the captain. Back to Dragonetti. Tries to heel it on the back pass. Unable to connect, but Belmont is able to continue with possession. Now Robbenheimer to Satchel. Satchel with the chip. Looking for Owen Filler. Will it be too long? Physical play. Belmont's looking for they're calling a push. Is that in the box, Brian? Is that a penalty kick?
I think it's in the box, but I'm not sure they're going to give it.
That's what Andy Bello was saying. That's what Andrew Schreiner is saying for Belmont, but the referee is calling just outside the box.
I think he's just calling. I think that was inside the box. I think it was pushing going both ways, and it's a tough one to give a penalty shot to. So I think the ref saying, I kind of saw something. I didn't want to swallow my whistle.
It should not call, but I'm not going to give you a 90% chance to score.
Yes, I'm not going to change, but it was clearly in the box.
First.
And you're also seeing right now, I mean, they could blow the whistle on a couple of players who have a couple hands full of shirts.
Header ball, unable to connect. That was 15, Bjorn.
Corner for Belmont. First corner of the game.
Sorry, 16, number 16, Bjorn Binslev was the closest for Belmont to heading that. Now it's going to be Satchel Kenkre with the corner kick. Ball in the air. Looking for Dragonetti there. He was closest to it. Kicked over the screen by Watertown, and there'll be a replay. New corner kick by Kenkre. We'll see if they try the same thing or try something totally different here. Robbenheimer goes to the back post. It looks like Belmont has a totally different play.
So the refs are definitely calling this pretty tight. So you've noticed a couple things they could have let go, and they haven't.
Crowd in front of Etienne, Watertown's goalie. Let's see if that plays a factor here. Kenkre lifts the ball.
Beautiful ball. Nice
And
play by the goalie.
in the middle of a crowd, Etienne goes up, wins it. Nice play by Watertown's senior goalie, Isaiah Etienne. Watertown's throw, they're sending in 3 new players. Number 10, David Karaptian, Nicholas Corrales, who I think has some cousins here in Belmont. And number 13, Jack Kelly, comes back into the game.
It's interesting, the Watertown coach is definitely talking to, I think, the player who shoved the Belmont player in the box, just going over like, you got to keep your hands to yourself. Like, that could be a huge game changer.
Could have been a PK for sure. Yeah. Cleared by Bjorn Binslev for Belmont. Well played by Watertown's defensive line here. Now up to 13.
Nice
Jack Kelly.
Nice defense once again by Schreiber.
Good clear by Schreiner. Hit the right guy. That's Dragonetti. Dragonetti. Sorry, Claudio. A lot of action on this near side. Been calling Andrew Schreiner's name a lot. Coach Neiman calling timeout as Daniel Liu comes into the game, a sophomore for the first time. Daniel is one of the 2 leading goal scorers here for the Belmont Marauders this season. He has 2 goals. What do you think Coach Neiman is telling him in the huddle, Brian?
I think he's just probably trying to settle them down. I mean, I think so far Belmont has gotten a little bit better of the play so far. I don't think he's probably changing any formation. He's probably just looking at different matchups that he wants to exploit and probably wants to get the team a little bit more focused. But I think that this is more one of those quick timeouts that you're like, all right, guys, let's settle down. We're a quarter of the way through, and let's remember the game plan when we were going in, where we wanted to take advantage of certain situations. So it's probably just kind of a check-in to make sure the kids are focused. I don't think it's any sort of formation change, but we'll see that. It's usually not a formation change in the first half. It might be a little personnel. But in the second half, if you have a timeout, you have 1 timeout a half, then it might be something where you're either changing a formation or doing something specifically.
So joining us in a moment is going to be one of the co-founders of Soccer Night in Belmont, Rob Gray. Here at Harris Field, we currently have no score between Belmont and Watertown. Rob, on behalf of everybody who's here, thank you and John for organizing it once again. Do you have a crowd size estimate? This could be a record for Soccer Night in Belmont.
I think we probably did break the record, Scott. Yeah, we're estimating 2,500, which is really huge for a high school soccer game, more than we've ever had. The weather cooperated and the soccer community cooperated. Both in Belmont and Watertown, we've got a big crowd from Watertown on the visitor side. Entertaining
games. Watertown brought their youth soccer. They brought their middle school chorus. They've brought their players. It's been a great first game and an exciting second game. This is Andy Bello trying to attack for Belmont. It looks like a handball, and it'll be a free kick for Belmont. So this is your last year of running Soccer Night in Belmont. What are you remembering about this night, looking at the slogan across the field? We live for the nights we remember, players remember it, but so do you and John. So what's standing out to you here in 7th year this year?
7th year, and of course, I'm happy that the girls won, and my daughter Bridget is on the girls team, of course, so that's thrilling. But really the best part for me that I always enjoy the most is being out there on the field at halftime with the youth players playing, looking up under the lights with the big crowd. They've never done something like this, just having a great time. To me, that's what it's all about.
No way with the shot. It goes a little bit high. Keeps it scoreless. Continue, Rob.
Well, those players, what's exciting now is those players who were in second grade when we started soccer night are now coming into the high school program, and so they played on the field at halftime when they were in first or second grade, and now they're playing on the field in the big game. We're just starting to have a bunch of kids coming in as they age up to that, which is really exciting because that's what it's all about, connecting Belmont youth soccer to the high school program. It's the feeder for the high school program, and I think a lot of these kids are inspired by saying, hey, I want to play in the soccer night game sometime when I'm older for the varsity. It helps them work hard and become better soccer players.
Sacho Kenkre with a nice move, but taken away by Watertown. So, Rob, when it takes a lot of effort to start something, but sometimes when people start things, they don't know when to pass the baton to quote-unquote the next generation. Has it always been your plan when your youngest, Bridget, graduated that you and John would look for successors, or did it just happen to work out that this year would be the transition?
I think it happened to work out that way. John's son, Jake, graduated several years ago, so he's stayed on longer than he should. He's Bridget's godfather, so that gave him an excuse, and I didn't let him go anywhere. But I think we've had 7 years of a great event, and it makes sense for some younger high school parents to take it over and keep passing it down, because we're not as familiar with the youth soccer coaches and players as we used to be, and we want to keep the event thriving. So it makes sense to keep getting new energy into it. But like I told Pedro Santos and Sean Goulding, who have kindly agreed to take over the event next year, John and I aren't moving out of town or anything, so they know where to find us if they need a hand.
No score here, Belmont and Watertown in the second game of the Soccer Night in Belmont doubleheader. Joining us now for a brief interview is Rob Gray, one of the two co-founders of Soccer Night in Belmont. So, Rob, when you think about what Soccer Night in Belmont has done within Belmont for the community and certainly within the soccer community, what is different from what you and John hoped in a good way in terms of what this night has become?
I think the main thing is that it's become a tradition. I'm not sure that we thought it would work or we knew it would work when we first did it. And it's really become something that the high school players especially are looking forward to. The freshman players, the JV players are hoping to get on the varsity so that they could be a part of it. So I guess that's really it, just that not that it's on autopilot, but everybody expects it to happen. Everybody knows about it when you go to the youth soccer fields now. When we first went to try and get parents and kids to come, they're like, what's that? Now everybody knows what Soccer Night in Belmont is, which is really exciting.
We don't just have Belmont families listening into this broadcast. We have Watertown families, and Watertown has really shown up in a huge way for this. They're probably wondering, how does it work? Like, how can Watertown get picked 2 years in a row? So how does it work finding the right team for Belmont to go up with a doubleheader? Does that get coordinated with Belmont High School first? Looking at the schedule, what happens?
Well, there's a nice sea of red, as you said, from Watertown on the visitor side, and so we really appreciate them coming out and their participation. It basically, we work with the athletic director to see, what's going to work schedule-wise. We need to have another high school as a willing participant for a night game on a Saturday, and it does take a lot of extra effort from the coaches and the players to be part of Soccer Night. So we've had Winchester, we've had Arlington.
Had Lexington once?
Yeah, Wayland, I think, on the boys' side one year. But really, we've settled into this tradition where we have a rival in the Middlesex League who's from around Belmont. And we're really happy to have Watertown here, and they may well be back next year. I think we'll work with the athletic director to see if that works on the schedule for next year, soon after this event.
Substitution for Belmont is freshman Daniel Chang, number 20, coming into the game for Sachel Kenkre. So before we let you go, Rob, as you have loved this event, you and John, you have dangerous play by Watertown. You've certainly loved this event. You've done so many big and little things for it. What are you going to miss the most about leading it?
I don't know. I think it really is standing on that field during those youth games and watching the kids play and have a great time. It's organized chaos. They're really excited to be out there under the lights on the big varsity field, and I just love it.
Nice move by Watertown there to keep it in Belmont's end, and almost surprised Borkowski with the shot. Rob, thanks on behalf of everybody watching this game, enjoying this game, everybody who's played in this game, everybody that's in the stands. Now we'll be joined by one of your successors, Pedro Santos. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott.
Rob.
Looks like we got a great match brewing here between these two boys.
It's going to be close.
Very exciting.
Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Scott.
Nice centering pass by Manjiki, and I thought it was a pass, it was actually a shot. Strong shot, three substitutes coming in. Alvarez comes back in, Kenkre comes in for Belmont, and for the first time, number 3 for Belmont, Alex Cook coming into the game. Welcome, Pedro Santos, the heir apparent, or what do we call you, the poobah in waiting, or what?
Hey Scott, how you doing? Great to be out here.
Thanks for taking on, the stewardship of this wonderful event.
I've been watching this for years, and have always admired, the event and admired the work that John and Rob have put into this. So to a certain extent, I'm here just observing and watching and learning and trying to replicate as much of the great stuff that John and Rob have already created around this event. The community associated with it is just outstanding. So
when you see anything in a town the size of Belmont, we're not that big of a town, turnout 2,500 or so people. It's not just all Belmont people, Watertown folks, but certainly one of the biggest gatherings of Belmontonians in the 12 months throughout the year, which is a wonderful thing to just see the whole town turn out. Some people never watched a soccer game before tonight, and this won't be the last one that they watch after having such a great time. So what motivated you? You're a busy guy, I know. What motivated you to take on this type of responsibility to help co-lead an event this big, this important for soccer in Belmont, but also for the town?
Yeah, I wasn't looking for any more side projects, as my wife.
How many times did you say no before you said yes?
I actually, to be honest, I actually approached John and Rob about it and asked them what they were thinking in terms of future planning around the event. As many people know, John's he's had a son out of high school here for 6 or 7 years, so he's dedicated a lot of time to it. And it honestly just took coming to a few of these events and seeing, all the tradition that's already been created, the energy that's in the environment, and looking for ways to also continue the soccer spirit. I've had the benefit of coaching soccer in Belmont for about 12 years total between both of my kids in the program. And, when it came time for them to go to high school, I wasn't coaching anymore. So, to a certain extent, I was looking for ways to give back to the community in the soccer way, right? Because I really do enjoy the sport. So when I learned about this event, this seemed like a natural place for me to spend some energy. So looking forward to taking this on. Looking forward to taking as much of the greatness that's already been created and also, potentially doing some new things as we look at this a few years out.
Always when there's a new leadership team that takes over, there's a chance to look at everything and say, What do we love that it will always be part of Soccer Night in Belmont, and what are some smaller things that we might be able to improve?
Yeah.
So how would you like Soccer Night to continue to grow and build on the success as this has gotten incrementally bigger and stronger each year?
There's not a lot of things to dislike. I'll be honest. Like, they've done an incredible job with this. The fact that they brought in sort of an international feel to it is tremendous, right? With the flags that we see in the background, I think that means a lot to a lot of players, a lot of people sitting in the stands. They've done an incredible job from a recruiting perspective in terms of number of people they bring out here to this event every year. And every year I've come, it seems like there's more and more. One of the things that I'd love to continue to do and find ways to do is even broaden it, right, and make it an even bigger event. Right, look for ways to bring even more Belmontonians here to the event. People that aren't.
Nice back up. Daniel Liu is unable to get to it before Etienne. Please continue.
That aren't as associated with the sport to come out to the event. But also people from other towns. Like, everyone I've met that's from another town that comes to this event absolutely enjoys it and looks for ways to replicate something like this in their town. So those are some of the things that I've had in mind in terms of potential ways to take this great event and continue to bring it forward from where it is today.
Certainly, I'm very appreciative of John and Rob, but you've seen kind of under the hood as you've been preparing for this. This is a massive amount of detail, massive amount of work. What are a few things you've picked up in the preparation that you were surprised? Oh, wow, they do that too. Hopefully that hasn't intimidated you.
Yeah. Intimidation is constant with this. The level of detail that happens just tonight in terms of, and many people saw it that are out there watching the event, in terms of the orchestration of everyone that's going onto the field, it's pretty amazing, right, to see what they've done. And just the detail around that in terms of staging of people going onto the field, everyone knows where they need to be at a certain point in time. Just that entire orchestration is impressive and certainly an area where I've taken a lot of notes, for next year.
And your daughter, Anna, plays on the girls' team. Has she already had some ideas for you about how to make it even bigger?
She's a big, for anyone that knows Anna, she's a big promoter of lots of things, right? So she's helped me with I got involved in the flyer distribution this year, and she did an incredible job in terms of recruiting team members to distribute flyers and finding different ways to get the flyers distributed across the town. So, she's definitely got some ideas already, and it's along the same lines that I'm thinking, which is, how do we get even more people here? Because for the players, it's super meaningful to have as many people here as possible watching the event.
So, Pedro, we thank you for joining us here toward the end of the first half. We thank you for saying yes to be one of the co-leads. Who else is on the team that you're forming, and what help do you need as you prepare for next year?
So Sean Golding, who's got a freshman right now, who's on the JV team, he's offered to help in terms of the planning. There's actually been a couple of volunteers that have requested to help as well. So I'm all for additional help. So if anyone is out there is interested, please contact me directly. You can psantos1@yahoo.com is a simple email address to reach me. I love more volunteers. I mean, it takes quite a bit of planning, quite a bit of people behind this. So thank you, Scott, for giving me some time to speak.
Pedro, thanks for saying yes. Thanks for joining us in this wonderfully competitive first half between Belmont and Watertown. 3 minutes, 10 seconds left to go.
Thank you.
Brian Meringer will rejoin us now.
Thank you, Scott.
Few very strong, long passes in for both teams. Borkowski for Belmont had punched 2 opportunities away, and physical action in the box down on the other end. Etienne came out of it, still with a clean sheet. He's been playing a good game so far. Game's been back and forth, Brian.
Yeah, I thought it was a lot more Belmont with the run of play, but I feel like Watertown's gained a little bit more momentum.
The teams have figured out each other, I think, a little bit better here, and things are opening up more. So this is a pass now to Filler. Slide tackled away. Nice play by Abbas Khan for Watertown.
I've been really impressed by Watertown's goalie. He just has a lot of confidence back there, and I think he's been great in the air and directing traffic. He's a legit keeper back there.
Corner kick for Belmont, or throw in coming up. Nice deep throw in the box, cleared by Watertown. Good job controlling that by Filler. Now up to Alvarez out wide to Andy Bello. Andy left-footed, crosses it. Can they get a header on it? No. Good attempt. That was Alex Cook coming in from the right side. That Bello was looking for on that.
Yeah, the game is starting to open up a little bit more on both sides.
Alex Cook's dad, Ben, is assistant coach for the Belmont boys varsity. Good effort by Daniel Liu, very aggressive up top. You can see why he's one of Belmont's leading goal scorers. Sacho Kenkre now trying to create space for a pass here. Lets it go off the Watertown defender. Smart play by Sacho. It'll be a corner kick for Belmont. Coming in for it is their center defensive midfielder, Noe. Looks like Watertown is, ref thought he was calling a timeout, but he's just asking for time.
Well, as you know, in high school soccer, once they get to 2 minutes, they stop the clock. They probably want to know how much time is actually left on the watch.
Good ball there. Punch out by Etienne, the goalie. Well played.
Excellent.
I think we're near time here. Watertown coaches were right. Waiting for the whistle. At halftime, we expect Coach Jemmy, the girls varsity coach, to join us here at Harris Field after one half of play. And boys varsity soccer in the Middlesex League, it's Belmont 0, Watertown 0. Brian, what'd you see if you're Belmont that you like? What'd you see if you're Belmont that you want to improve on in your halftime speech of your coach Neiman?
I thought Belmont does a nice job of moving the ball around, getting wide, really changing the field. I feel like one of the things they just got a little bit sloppy in about the middle of the half. They weren't connecting, almost trying to be too cute with some of the passes instead of some of the simple passes. For Watertown, I feel like they're a little bit back on their heels, but overall, I think both teams are happy. I think this is kind of a fair score.
Stay with us for our halftime show. What you're going to see on the field is a couple of youth soccer games, and what you're going to hear is an interview with Coach Jemmy. Congratulations on your first win.
Just making sure my partner doesn't trip over the courts right now. So once again, Coach, congratulations on your first victory today.
Thank you.
I thought the girls played extremely well. You have to be happy.
Oh, I'm very pleased with the performance, and I think everybody contributed something from the player to the bench. They were really energized, and they were ready for that game. I think all of them been waiting for that night. So it was special. It was a special night.
Excellent. So obviously this is your first year in Belmont, and chance to introduce yourself to some people who might be listening. Can you tell us a little bit about your past experiences and how you ended up here in Belmont?
Obviously my name is Coach Jamie Cage, and I've been playing soccer for a long time, since I can't even remember. I think I was probably like 3-4 years old, and back home in Haiti, and stopped playing the sport, stopped falling in love with it, and Have a great one. Went to school, played 4 years at UConn, went to high school in Connecticut, so it was good. It was a good time, and obviously I went into LA, played professional soccer there a couple times. I played for the U17 for Haitian national team, so it was a good experience. I fell in love with the games, and once I couldn't stop playing because I had a bad injury, and the best way for me to stay with the game is start coaching, and I love it, and I've been enjoying it since then. So it's been fun.
So talking about injuries, I think the team that you thought you might have had, you've been a little snake bit right now by injuries. I'm just wondering how, it was good to see Sabrina Sauls out there. She's an all-star 4-year player, 2-time captain. How did she feel after the game? I know that against Melrose, she had a little swelling, but I think it will really help your team out here if she's feeling well. I was wondering how she felt after the game.
When I met the group in the summer, so injury, it's a part of the game. I understand the injury, but I think the great thing about the STEMI is a lot of the girls are ready to step up, and we've been hurting with injury, but the dedication from the sophomore and the freshman that we have on the team has been really helping, and having Sabrina in the field, her leadership, and it's gonna be a good thing for us. So we're just trying to get her back, fitness-wise, and mentally she needs to be prepared, especially with the injury that she has. So I think the main thing is for her, it's mentally, because with those crazy injury like that, it's mentally you have to be there before the physicality. So I think she's in the right path, I believe, and we're just trying to take it slow with her. But I think the whole group energized every time she get in the field. So she's gonna be a good one for us. Once we get all the player back, I think it's gonna be a game changer. So I'm excited.
And I think that's something that you've probably had to adjust. I mean, you had, unfortunately, my daughter's out for the year with surgery.
Right.
Lena, who is someone else who is supposed to be in the middle, and Sabrina had to shuffle your deck a little bit with people playing outside of different positions. But I think you've really, as you said, you've gotten some contributions from some of the younger kids. So it must be, even though it's probably not the initial recipe, it's nice to see some of the kids, especially tonight, to step in and play well.
No, definitely, and that's when we start talking at the beginning of the season. I told everybody, injury is a part of the game. So is the next men's up. So you have to be ready mentally. You have to be ready, and then we try to prepare everybody the same way we prepare Lena, the same way we prepare Sabrina, everybody in the field. So we try to prepare them physically, mentally to be ready for those things. So right now we've been a little hurt with injury, but I think all of them step up to fill those spots. So I'm excited about this group.
So obviously a great game by Danica tonight. She scored a hat trick. She just seems to have that knack of cutting off the line of defenders, using her body, and just dribbles with such pace. So you have to be happy with what you've seen from her so far this year.
Oh, definitely. Once I saw her in the summer league, I knew she's going to be a great player. And I found out she was a freshman. I mean, you can't go wrong with that. So physically, and she's so fast and understand the game. So that's a good thing to have. Right? I mean, she's been playing a lot of youth soccer, obviously. So, being in the varsity, it's a little tough, especially when it comes to finishing. So she used to take the ball straight to go on the youth soccer. So it's a big change playing varsity. So once we get her going, and I think she's going to be a good player to watch for the next 4 years. So I'm excited about her.
Yeah, she certainly is. I mean, I think that is the best thing when you see a player and all of a sudden they say it's a freshman. Yep. And you have a few years with them. Obviously, it's great to have.
Oh, definitely.
So I know you have some games coming up next week with Reading and Arlington, and I saw when you played Winchester you kind of changed the formation around a little bit. So kind of your philosophy of coaching, do you go game to game? You have some coaches say this is the formation where we're going to play it every time, and you have other coaches who say, I'm going to scout a little bit and switch it up. Any idea, without giving too many state secrets for the rest of the league?
No, I mean, I think that when you're a coach, and you have to have the ability to change formation and change the way you play with different opponents. So, I mean, it's something that we work on in practice, obviously. So I think we have a formation that we play, which is everybody know. But I think you have to be able to make changes in some games, and especially some games when you're winning at the end of the game. So you have to make adjustment in those games. So I mean, obviously we have to. We can't tell people what we do, but yeah, we do. We do change some formation sometimes, and depending on opponent and the way we go for games. So yeah, so we have changes we make, but I think about we have the ability to, we have the player to do so, which is good. So.
And
Jimmy, what do you think of this night? This is your first experience with soccer night, full stands. It's not every soccer game that has 2,500 people. Tell us your first impressions.
Oh, this is beautiful. When I came here and then everybody was telling me about soccer night, I did not expect this, and it's such a beautiful night, such a beautiful night for the sport of soccer, especially in the States. So to see this in a high school game with that many people, with that many things going on, it's beautiful for the town of Belmont, and it's special. It's a special night. To get the win in that night, it's making it more special. So I'm really pleased for what I see in Belmont, especially tonight. So it was good.
all right, well, Jimmy, thanks so much for joining us for a few minutes. Congratulations once again on your first victory here at Belmont, and hopefully we get some players back and we have a great year. So it's very nice to meet you, and thanks so much for spending some time with us.
Thank you guys, and let's go more with this. Let's go. Thank you guys, appreciate it.
All right,
Bye-bye.
thank you so much.
No problem. Bye.
He is Coach Jimmy Kange, Belmont girls varsity coach. Big night for the Belmont girls varsity with their first win of the season. Big win for Coach, his first win, first of many here in Belmont. As you heard, very accomplished individual soccer player. Played in college, played for the Haitian national teams internationally. Has been in the New England area for a little while and found his way to coach the Belmont girls varsity soccer, succeeding the Hall of Famer Coach Paul Graham, who was Belmont girls varsity coach for many decades in total, coached over 50 years of soccer here in Belmont. Brian, that was a great interview. Huge level of energy, huge level of excitement. You can tell how jazzed he is about what has happened in the last few hours for him and his team.
Yeah, and I think getting that first victory as a coach in a new program is always something kind of special. I think just the enthusiasm the kids had. It's been a little bit of a tough start, due to things a little bit out of their control, due to injuries, but you can tell that he's done a nice job of keeping the team together, keeping the fun, the smiles on the faces, and that's really what you're looking for in high school sports. You're looking for friendships, you're looking for fun, you're looking for, as they say, we live for the night we remember. They'll remember this for a long time. So I think there's a lot of positives that come out. And, I just like his enthusiasm. It's a little bit contagious. And just in talking to him, you want to kind of go out there and run around on the turf. So a good night to start it with Belmont for the girls with a big 4-1 victory. We're hoping that the boys now can, win the nightcap. I thought they had the better of the play in the first half, but obviously didn't convert. There was one controversial call that I thought it would have been a tough call to make in the box for a penalty shot, but at the same time, you blow your whistle and you say that it's a push. Usually you then have to give the penalty shot. So that didn't happen. The ref kind of took the easier way out, which is called it right outside of the box. Other than that, though, I think it's worked out pretty evenly. I thought Belmont had a little bit better of the first half, but we have 40 minutes of soccer, and hopefully Belmont can come up with a victory.
Second half underway. This is Satchel Kinkry. Many goals are scored in the first 5 minutes or the last 5 minutes of a half. So we'll see what happens here. Belmont, as you were mentioning, made a lot of opportunities happen. They just weren't able to put any in the net. One of the reasons is because of Watertown's strong goalie play of Isaiah Etienne, so we'll see if Belmont changes what they try to do when they have the ball in the offensive end. Up to Kankray now.
Nice 1-2
Stefan
right there.
Manjikian. Now up to Lucas Alvarez Fernandez. Couldn't connect with Claudio Dragonetti. Nice play by Bjorn there. Belmont maintaining possession here.
So one of the things you'll see with Watertown is they're in a pretty defensive formation. They're playing a 4-5-1 with one striker up top. You know, and I think for Watertown, they're willing to give up the possession, and they're just trying to make sure that they can get one ball through to their striker. And, you know, I think they're taking the gamble like we might get outshot 4-1, but we need to cash our one.
Ball thrown in.
Oh, it's a nice ball.
Andy Bello with his right. Even though he's a lefty, that's a nice ball by the captain for Belmont, Andy Bello.
And here's what you're hoping for, a counterattack if you're Watertown.
Hit the home run ball.
Yeah.
Going to be tough to beat three defenders, 1-on-3.
Yeah.
Up top, what that guy typically does is he tries to hold possession for a while, let his midfield run up. Belmont did a nice job defending. Calling Andrew Schreiner's name quite a bit so far tonight. And it is going to be Schreiner who gets the ball back in play here. This is Lucas. Lucas.
Needless to say, I think Lucas is not doing himself a favor here right now. That's the second time he's been called for something and came up with a little bit of questioning of the referee. I think the referee might have his number at the moment.
The referees have seen him pushing several times. They haven't always called it, but I think that was more of an accumulation foul than anything.
Because I thought that was a 50-50, but I think they might have looked at the number and said, all right, it's going the other way.
Been very physical up top. Abokashishakan back for Watertown. Passing along the back line. This is Matthew Sepp.
Oh, nice.
Nice steal by Satchel. This is Noe. Center defensive mid up to Bello. Belmont's attack most of the time goes through their midfield. They have three midfielders.
Yeah, they have a lot of
Satchel and Bello, very talented, all three of them.
They have a talented midfield. They can really move the ball around.
Nice effort by Stefan Manjikian. Up to Lucas, now to Claudio Dragonetti. Good ball to Andy Bello, now to Lucas, and he's pushed off the ball. Physical play by Robert Iannetta, the senior for Watertown. You can hear the Belmont pep band in the background. Great to have a band here at a soccer game. Just adds to the festivity so much.
So far, I like the way that Belmont has come out.
I think the ball went out of bounds there. Couldn't quite see it behind the Belmont bench. It'll be Watertown's throw.
I think they might have got a push. I can't tell. Nice job of putting the ball down quickly. Scoring opportunity here.
Deflected, and Borkowski comes out, and he's unable to claim it, but he's able to push it out of bounds. It'll be a corner kick for Watertown.
I think this is Watertown's first corner kick of the game.
I was just thinking the same thing. It is one of those indicators of which team has had more pressure in the offensive end. Ball on the ground. Interestingly, stepping in front is Satchel Kenkre. Going to be another corner kick for Watertown. Belmont has no idea what that referee saw on that play.
I think they definitely, the Watertown player, I think, sold that nice ball in here.
Belmont wants to clear it, and they do. Deep pass. It'll be a goal kick for Watertown. We'll be joined in a moment by John Carson, along with Rob Gray, one of the founders and leaders of Soccer Night in Belmont since its inception. We're in the 7th annual Soccer Night in Belmont this year. Watertown with some of their best pressure of the game. Now Belmont gets it out of the end. That's Alvarez Fernandez.
One of the really nice things I think that they have been coached is in Belmont is they really, as we've said, they spread out offensively, but defensively they're really compact. And that's what you want to tell your team. You want them to open up offensively, but be compact defensively. And right there, when Watertown was on the offensive, you could just see everyone kind of rallying for Belmont and making sure that there wasn't going to be a scoring opportunity.
Looks like a push there, and that's what the referee sees. And it'll be a free kick by Watertown. Great game here. John Carson, one of the co-leaders and co-founders of Soccer Night in Belmont, joins us. John, your impression so far of this game and this night?
Unbelievable. I mean, everybody showed up for this one. It's just absolutely unbelievable. I mean, look at the crowds across. I don't think we've ever had that. Clearly, in my opinion, 2,500 people or more showed up throughout the night.
And I do know in the early years we had more than 2,000 at least once, but
yeah.
This is likely the biggest crowd we've ever had.
Yeah, this is record-breaking, no doubt. I'm amazed that in 7 years we've only had one game that had rain, and that was the first one. And 650 people still showed up.
Yes. So, John, 7 years of building this. How is Soccer Night in Belmont exactly what you hoped it would be, and how is it even better than what you expected it to be?
It's topped it all. I mean, I never thought something like this would happen. In large part, not just because of the soccer, but the community event. To hear people around the town for the past week, knowing it's coming up, all talking about it. I'll tell you, the Belmont businesses.
Ken Cray with that chip there, one in the corner by Peter Gray, cleared out by Watertown. Tell me about the Belmont businesses.
The Belmont businesses, we ended up having these flyers that we handed out at the youth games this morning, and some of the Belmont businesses asked for them, and they had them at their registers, from CBS to Champions to Stone Hearth. They all just had them on near their registers, and I thought it was just a great way for people to see that this night was going to be happening tonight. And clearly it worked because everybody's here.
What are they telling you when you drop off those flyers about why they want to support it and why this is good for Belmont?
What's interesting is I was the one that dropped them off. Someone went around to the businesses, and I have to give Jerry probably at Champions, who's I think heads up the Belmont Center Association. I think he was the one that kind of spearheaded that. And I just think in the end, you were talking about why do I think this is so amazing? I mean, the community just steps up for this. They just do, and I think a large part because Adam Pritchard makes it so that we don't have to have ticket sales. We don't have to do any form of fundraising because Chris from the Belmont Soccer Association and their board fund this, and we do it pretty much on a shoestring budget with a lot of parents stepping up.
Foul there. It'll be a Belmont free kick. Satchel Kenkre knocked to the ground by 13 Jack Kelly from Watertown. So this is a decent opportunity for Belmont as the game gets more physical. But continue, please, John.
Yeah, the one I thought that was really interesting was we added, and no doubt somebody had mentioned this earlier, 10 new flags across the way. And granted, these symbolize the nationalities of the players and in players in recent years. But we added 10 more flags to that. A parent not knowing that, said to me that was one of the most impactful things for her to see and how diverse this community is. And I thought that was kind of a cool thing to hear.
This is no way on the kick into the box, won by Watertown and cleared out. So, John, clearly you've learned that Belmont is an even more diverse community, and when you add Watertown to it, we live in a diverse area. What else have you learned about Belmont as a community through leading Soccer Night in Belmont for 7 years?
You know, one of the things is that the reason why this all started is the high school coaches wanted to have a night game. So Rob Gray and I came up with this idea of this community event to be able to create this night game. There's something that someone said to me once, which was, he called out a book. It was called The Power of Moments. And it's your ability to create moments versus waiting for them to happen. And he specifically called out this book for me because he said that this is what, when reading that book, this is what made him really think about what Soccer Night's about. We created this. And so, you know, anyone that tells you to just wait and wait for things to happen, this town is allowing you to make things happen if you want to get involved. And I think Rob and I and all the parents that have been participating, Brian and you, Scott, and participating here, I think everyone's commitment to this for fun event for small and big kids, it's just really paid off because we decided to just do it.
And John, you've always led several initiatives in town. We wouldn't have a nice basketball court at Winbrook without your leadership there too. Breaking in here is Stefan Manjiki, and he's taken down in the box. Belmont begging for a call. They don't get one. They can't believe it. Everybody going to the near side ref. Fans letting go. The biggest boo I've ever heard at Soccer Night in Belmont. There was a questionable call near the box early in the first half. That one, I'm shocked, wasn't called. Referee's discretion always. Coach Neiman conferring with the referee, asking how the referee saw it. No doubt not going to change the referee's mind at this point. Going to get people a little bit more excited as the game continues. We have 26 minutes and change left here at Soccer Night in Belmont. 0-0 score, Belmont and Watertown. We'll see what happens after this. Wish we had VAR here. There were so many things, John, we imitate about the Premier League when we're doing this, but VAR, little budget buster.
We're gonna leave that to the next crew that takes this night on, considering this is the last time Rob and I are going to be sponsoring or spearheading this. Is going to a great group of people next, which I'm really excited about.
Yep. So when you start something, you put your heart and soul into this, like you and Rob have done. It's tough to let it go in some ways. It becomes something you identify with, something that you love, and many organizations falter because there isn't a succession plan and there isn't the active recruitment of somebody to take it over, and you and Rob have made that choice, selecting Pedro Santos and Sean Goulding. Tell me your emotions knowing that this is your last of these Soccer Nights in Belmont, that you're going to be the leader.
So one thing I would say is that over the years, why we've been able to be so successful is we actually ask people within this next week following the event to commit to next year. And I'll tell you, that makes all the difference in the world because there's so much excitement, so much enthusiasm around the night. And so we end up asking them to commit to next year. And so that, you know, people move and all these things happen. We'll have to fill some spots, but for the most part, Pedro and Sean will know the players for next year. For me, you know, this has been my connection. My son's been out of Belmont High School for a little over 4 years because he's since graduated college, but this was my opportunity to stay connected to the town.
Jake Robbenheimer on the break there. Well defended by Watertown. So do you have projects in mind already? Do you have a list? How do you work? Because you've always been active thinking about what's next, not only for Soccer Night in Belmont, but you know, how can you contribute to building a better community? So what do you think's in store for you?
I'll certainly be taking a break from this for a little while.
Out to Manjikian on the right. He'll have a good opportunity for a pass. Here comes in. Belmont's not able to get the header. Diving attempt. There on the far side, I think that was Owen Filler coming in. Nice attempt by him, but score is 0-0.
I would say my next step is something that I looked at a guy who unfortunately we lost this year, former BC grad and basketball player, Paul Lyons. He used to be the head basketball coach here at
Started Belmont basketball, youth basketball,
and I had the opportunity to be able to coach with him. When he coached his grandchildren, grandson and grandsons, I should say, and granddaughters. And so I had the opportunity to be able to coach with him, and I'll tell you, it was an honor to be able to coach with him. We had a lot of fun doing it. But I saw what he did as a grandparent to stay engaged with all of his grandkids, and I think that's what I look forward to. Fortunately, our 3 kids have gone to college here in New England, so the likelihood that they'll stay local is pretty high. And so I think that's what I'm looking forward to at some point. Not now, I remind my kids, not now. But in a few years, we'll get that opportunity to be able to be that grandparent and participate again in all the Belmont sports.
One thing from behind the scenes that you have seen in doing this, or one little story that you really appreciate about seeing under the hood of what it takes to put an event like this together?
I would say, these kids, big and small, the enthusiasm and excitement these little kids have. The coaches send thank you notes to the ball boys and ball girls, and I had gotten run into a woman, a mother in Belmont Center, and this was months after soccer night in Belmont, and she wanted to let me know how amazing that was that the coaches had sent a thank you note to her son for being a ball boy. And so to see those little things happen, and the appreciation the town has for those little things means a lot to me overall. Ultimately we want wins, right? We want these guys, as the girls did earlier, to win this game and to raise that Phoenix Cup, which again, we gotta remind the folks that, the Phoenix Landing, one of the best places to watch a soccer game in Cambridge, Massachusetts on Mass Ave. Kevin Traynor, the owner, had donated a huge chunk of the money to be able to bring that Phoenix Cup to this, in which we engrave every year. It is absolutely exciting to see, and I'm hoping the boys will be able to have the opportunity to be able to raise the cup this afternoon.
Who are the other big partners as we get ready to let you get back to your duties after the game? What are the other partners and sponsors you'd like to thank? We'll do that in a moment. Satchel Cancray with the kick. Stefan Manjikian with his left is unable to get it on goal. Great opportunity for Belmont. Stefan would like to get that back.
Certainly like to thank Champion Sporting Goods. They helped us with the T-shirts for tonight that we get to toss out into the crowd. Belmont Printing does an excellent job at being able to get the programs printed out, the flyers that go out to all the people, and also the banners, which was great. As well, Belmont Media being here every year and supporting this night has been great. I would also say that, to top it all off is Belmont Soccer Association. Their commitment to having this night, to make it so it's a free night, that people can show up, is first and foremost, the top sponsor of them all. I would throw in, from a student perspective, the pep rally, the pep band, and the drum line, their commitment to being here, and it all starts with POMS, parents of music students, and they run the concession stand. This is their night. We have no one else do a raffle, no one else, sell anything. The only time you ever have to put your wallet out on this night is to be able to buy a slice of pizza. And so we're really happy that POMS is able to support us in this night and make it what it is so people can come out here and have dinner and be all of it a nice night.
Well, we have 2,500 or so people in the stands here, in addition to the players. This 7th annual Soccer Night in Belmont will be a night we will all remember. Wouldn't be possible without your work, John. Thank you very much.
Scott, thank you, and thank you and Brian for commentating. You guys do an exceptional job. So last thing I would just say is, these nights come about, as we said earlier, when people make commitments. It is not a big commitment to be part of this, whether it's somebody hanging the flag, somebody doing commentating up in the booth. It takes a lot of hands, but boy, it is a fun thing to be part of. So I would just put it out to anyone that's listening. Do take the chance to step in and help this out, whether you've got little kids in the Belmont Soccer Association or at the high school level, give some time back. It's well worth it, and you'll see it in the looks in these kids' faces. So, again, thank you so much, and I appreciate you doing it. Let's bring a win home.
He is John Carson, outgoing co-leader of Soccer Night in Belmont. Thanks to John for everything he's done for our town, our soccer program, and creating memories and nights that we'll always remember.
Yeah, you have to be impressed with what John and Rob have done. Really, I mean, the amount of time and energy they spent to make this a special night for kids. And it's not only for the kids playing, but it's for its community. It's a wonderful, wonderful event.
So back and forth action. Belmont's had a few opportunities.
Yeah, I think Belmont's had some really good opportunities. Stefan Manjikian had a really good look over there. One of the crosses. They've been the more dangerous team here, especially in the last 10 minutes. I think right now, if you're Watertown, you're hoping for one or two chances here in the final 18 minutes. Now, what is interesting, and I'm pretty sure we've had this case before, and we still have 18 minutes. We got plenty of soccer left. But in the overall scheme of things, I do believe they go to penalties. Now, it goes down in the records for the MIAA a tie if that happens. It gets recorded as 0-0-1-1. But in order for winning the cup, they actually need to have a winner.
Interesting. That is a fun fact. I did not know.
Yeah, and we definitely had some fun facts for the boys, but it's a extremely competitive game, and I think we're probably
tough to get them in.
I'm not sure we're getting some of those in. So we apologize to any of the boys who had these fun facts put in, but right now it's a heck of a game, and unless something changes differently, I think we're going to be calling more of the game than the fun facts.
We'll see. We'll try to get them in if one of the coaches or both of them call a timeout.
Yeah.
Which I think might be coming in an even game like this.
Yeah.
"17 minutes left in the game here. Watertown Belmont in a close one.
All right.
It'll be a Belmont corner kick.
They've had some really good service tonight and some dangerous plays. So it's a good scoring opportunity.
This is the one. Ken Craig going a little bit more quickly, it looks like here. Close to the ground, it comes back out. He's going to get a second opportunity here. Nice chip, can he get a header on it, but Watertown does it. Good effort by Owen Filler on the far side. It looks like Owen's going to be able to center it again, but easy play for Isaiah Etienne. Sometimes coaches like to get everybody into a game like this, but it's a close game. Belmont certainly has aspirations. Nice attempt by Belmont to try to hit Daniel Liu going in. Jake Robbenheimer was able to get the rebound, but neither player get a shot off for possession in the box. Good distribution by Belmont. No way to bellow there.
But here's the problem. You're constantly setting the ball up if you're Watertown, and you're going 1-on-3. It's tough to score in this game 1-on-1. It's really hard to score 1-on-3.
1-on-1 plus a goalie.
Yes.
Alex Cook in the near part of your screen looking to come in for his second substitution of the game. Similarly, number 19, Cyrus Kiani, who...
Now this is going to be a good play.
Nice win by Watertown, kicks it wide. Wasn't able to see the number.
Nice job by Peter Grace back there.
Game's going to get tighter and tighter here.
Looks like Alex Cook is back in the game, replacing Stefan Manjikian.
Nice turn by Noe there. Now up to Andrew Schreiner. Good step by Daniel Liu. Now to Jake Robbenheimer. Noe thought Andy Bella was going to take that. Good effort by Peter Grace to step up. Good move outside by Alexander Cook. Tries to cross it to Lou. Watertown player stands in front. Jake Robbenheimer's attempt to head that ball knocks down one of the Watertown defenders, so it'll be a free kick for Watertown.
Good physical play by Jake, just a little bit late.
You like the effort.
You
Trying to make
definitely
a
like
play.
the effort. In the box, you like the effort.
With the amount of back and forth action, it's a little surprising that we have a scoreless game. But we'll see if that changes now. Nice idea by Daniel Liu.
Nice restart by the Watertown goalie. It's going to be a little too much.
A little bit too hard on that. Looking for Jack Kelly along the left. Substitutions coming into the game for Watertown. Number 21, Borges coming in, and number 17, Nicholas Corrales coming back in.
I think Borges has been a good threat up there for Watertown. He's got a lot of speed.
Here's Peter Grace. Watertown backing off.
Nice pass.
35-yard accurate pass to Satchel Kenkray. Back to Bjorn. Now to Alex Cook. Now can Jake Robbenheimer catch up to it? The answer is no. Nice play by Etienne. Nice play by Watertown's defender, number 17, Corrales. Belmont backing off.
I'm guessing he was offsides, or if they called, I'm not sure what that call was. I didn't see anything.
Nor did I. Good header by Noe. Satchel now up to Daniel Liu. Daniel, good threat offensively. Now pass in. Shot in. Great save by Etienne. Everybody in the stands, I think, thought it was going to go to Etienne's left side. And it went to his right. And while he was off balance, he was able to get a couple of fingers on it. Another great save.
Best opportunity of the night.
Badin Manjikian. Here we go. Belmont for the header. Coming back. Alex Cook tried to kick it on the rebound. Unable to connect. Back to Schreiner. Watertown had all of their players in the box on that, playing very defensively here in the second half. Nice ball there, I thought. Given that Watertown wasn't pursuing hard, I thought it might have gone out of bounds, but nice.
I actually thought, like, a couple of the defenders raised their hand. I think they thought he was offsides.
That was Andy Bello on the pass there. Now up to Daniel Liu. Good pass up. Looking for Satchel Kenkray. A little bit too wide. Deflected off of Watertown.
And here's your chance for some fun facts, because we have a timeout here.
Here we go, timeout with 9:38 or so left in the first half. So Sam Kutzman writes about Alex Cook. He's a team player, loves to celebrate other people's goals.
Always enjoy that. Always like good team player.
Owen Filler writes about Andrew Schreiner that they've been best friends since kindergarten, and he thinks Andrew, who's played a great game tonight, is one of the most relentless players he's ever played with. Satchel wrote about Andy Bello, the captain. He's a magical midfielder, only left footer who has a great right foot. Clement Bula wrote about Bjorn Binslev. He's from Denmark. His favorite food is smørbrød. I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Well, I'm hoping to have a good portion of that when I get home.
Likes swimming with Viking spirits. On the field, he looks like a blonde Van Dyke, a great Premier League player. Brent Hudson, written by Daniel Chang. He's a freshman. His favorite color, orange, probably played on that team. Wanted to become a professional soccer player most of his life. He's really, he loves competitive soccer. Peter Grace writes about Claudio Dragonetti, who have played together for many while, that Claudio has the biggest drive of everyone on the team. And he's getting a great chance to prove himself in his senior year. Daniel Chang is written by Brent Hudson, that he's a freshman who plays a lot of club soccer. And this was one of my favorite fun facts about the boys, that he used to wear sports goggles, I think this is true, when he played, even though he didn't need them.
Nice.
Just for style. And his favorite color is blue. So we'll put that through the truth test. We'll see if it's true. We'll get to some more in the next timeout. 9:37 left to go. Soccer night in Belmont, 0-0, Belmont and Watertown. Great, tight, competitive game. Different strategies. Belmont playing possession. Lots of crisp, short passes. Watertown playing defensively. Often looking for the home run ball offensively. Nice action here. Watertown's going to get a shot, it looks like, but it goes straight to Borkowski, the goalie. Belmont will take that.
And that's what the chance is. Can we get that one chance and cash in?
So that came right after a timeout. We'll see if that portends a change of strategy for Watertown. Going more aggressively up the field, trying to win the game.
Well, right here.
Now, nice shot there by Lucas Alvarez, but a little bit high. Lucas is a righty. He took that with his left. Good job by him to try to get into space so that he could take a shot. Now Etienne distributes up, not able to match up with his teammate. Now it's up to Satchel Kenkrade. Satchel trying to split the group. Well defended by Watertown. Watertown counterattacks now.
Oh, they got a runner on the other side. There's the runner. Nice ball.
Great ball, great idea. Pass a little bit too long, but they're still in position for a shot. Perhaps it's right here. Ball's up, looking for the header.
It's open.
And it just misses. Oh,
he was wide open on that side. It was a great run initially by the Watertown back. He was making a run, wasn't marked, but was able to get the ball, and from there created some offense. More fun facts. You get another timeout?
Yeah, best 2 minutes of the game for Watertown. Coach Kenkrade doesn't like what he saw those 2 minutes. So Tom Borkowski wrote about Daniel Liu, that Daniel loves playing summer soccer in the districts. Jake Robbenheimer wrote that Lucas Alvarez Fernandez loves to spend his time sleeping. This is another one of those, Brian. Truth or not truth? We'll see. Philippe Pitts writes about Noé. He's French. He has some family watching the live stream from Marseille in southern France. So I will break out my French. Bienvenue, soccer night to Belmont.
Oh, very good, very good.
De Noé. How was that?
Excellent.
I had to do
I know like
Google
fromage,
Translate
and that's
before
about
the
it.
game.
So
yeah, no, Google Translate, pretty good. Andrew Schreiner writes about Owen Filler, that Owen's favorite Premier League team is Tottenham Hotspur. That Owen's dominant foot is his left, but he's strong with both, and his favorite player is Christian Eriksen. Christian Eriksen is the player that in the last Euro Cup collapsed on the field. Watching it, not sure he was going to make it. So we're glad Erickson has returned to the Premier League and playing quite well this year. Still waiting for Watertown to come on the field so we can get a few more in. Claudio wrote about Peter Grace, that Peter's a brick wall in the back. They nickname him PG-19, kind of like Chris Paul, I think, or Paul, whatever his name is on the Clippers. And they call him the Predator. He's won 2 state championships or competed in 2 state championships for hockey, and he's hoping to add one to the soccer team. We'll get to some more later. We'll get through them all. Watertown with the corner kick. Ball on the ground. Watertown lets it go.
It's a scramble.
Belmont lucky to clear that out. Speaking of the brick wall, Peter Grace, or sorry, that's Bjorn taken down. Belmont asking for a yellow card on that. They're not going to get it.
So I think they made the call against Watertown, but they didn't play the advantage, and I think that's what the Belmont bench is upset. Like they had a breakout opportunity, and they called the whistle. Usually they play on, and instead of playing on, they stop the play and they have 40 yards back.
Referee with an energetic out of bounds call. 6:35 left in this game. Let's see if one of the two teams can get on the board. Cancray now unable to connect on the left side with Owen Filler.
Once again, you have someone on the far side post who's open up. Stefan Manjikian running hard back to make sure that they get it marked.
A lot of physicality. What will the refs call on this? Looks like they're giving a direct kick to Watertown outside the box.
Yeah. Now here is the opportunity. For Watertown, you're going for the win. You're pushing everyone up. But if you can get a quick counterattack here for Belmont, you're in good shape. So right now you'll notice there's 3 Watertown defenders back against 2 Belmont players. If Belmont can get it and release, it might be good offensively. Usually defensively you always want to have one more player back than Belmont has out, but here goes the direct
Ball
kick.
up in the air, it's a good kick. Bicycle kick by Watertown, unable to get it on net. Back out, you're talking about the cover attack. Here's Daniel Liu. Exciting play. Watertown coach begging for the call, but clearly Daniel Liu kicked it off for the Watertown guy. Belmont's throw. And now coming into the game for Belmont, they're going more offensively here, it looks like. They're putting another midfielder in. That's Daniel Chang, the freshman.
5 minutes left. The clock has stopped, as it usually does in high school soccer, so we're trying to figure out how much time we have left in the game.
Now this is Andy Bello, can score from there, hits it off of the hand of Watertown. Referees let it go. Won by, now to Stefan Manjiki, and the pass in, cleared out by Watertown. Nice play by Daniel Chang for Belmont, getting that pass to Stefan Manjikian. Stefan's asking for the ball quickly to throw it in. Fans giving the foot stomp. Now back to Manjikian. He shoots for the corner, just a little bit wide.
Yeah, I think he was trying to find someone on the far post there, just a little bit off target.
Good opportunity for Belmont. Things are opening up here. Belmont looks like offensively they have taken one of their wingbacks and made him a center mid to try to put on a little bit more offensive pressure. That is Chang there. Another good play by him. Now Watertown counterattacks. Borkowski comes out. Well played by him. Quick distribution to Noe. Good move here. Now up to Owen Filler. Owen tries to pass to himself, cleared way out. Somebody's car getting dinged on that one.
When in doubt, put
Throw
it
in
out.
by Belmont to Kenkray. Now to Filler. Filler goes way back to Schreiner. To Noe. Back to Schreiner. Filler now. Taken into the corner. Watertown clears again.
About 3 minutes left, I think.
Watertown 2-on-3 here. Nice play by Schreiner. Attempted connection with Daniel Liu there.
Schreiner's had a really good game in the back, don't you think? We've called his name all night.
Especially in the first half. No obvious standout Puma player of the games. Noe taken down there. It'll be a foul on Watertown. Hopefully he's not hurt. Peter Grace has a really strong leg. I think it's going to be Peter's opportunity to try to get this into the goal. And if you're the Belmont offenders, you're just trying to sprint toward the net and get a toe on the ball, redirect it in. Here we go. Peter Grace way up in the air. The
That's
chip.
a great ball.
Header back just wide of the net. Apparently it nicked a Watertown player, and it'll be a corner kick for Belmont. They won't have many more opportunities. This will be Kenkray taking it. Barons are hoping to see a goal before the game ends. Good attempt by Satchel, giving Watertown a goal kick. Etienne clears, good win by Chang. Very quick. Passing it up now, he can't get it. Oh, and tripped in the box is Daniel Liu. No call on that. Another nice save by Etienne.
A bad turnover by Watertown. Ooh, it was too bad that Owen, nope.
Now up to Kenkray, taking it wide. Sets it up for his left. Can he let this one go? He chips it into Daniel Liu, and Liu didn't see it until too late. Nice play by Satchel.
We're going end to end these days.
Peter Grace with the foul there.
Once again, I'm surprised they didn't play the advantage. Watertown's going to have to hurry or they're going to blow the whistle on them.
And we'll see if you're right if they play PKs. Wow, that was crazy how that made it all the way in.
So it officially goes in the books as a tie.
Watertown coaches are extremely upset.
So it goes in the books as a tie, but I believe they're going to have a penalty shootout just so they figure out who wins the cup right now. So good result for Watertown, I think. I think they have to be happy. I thought the Belmont had more of the play, but for right now to finish who actually wins the cup, we'll have some PKs. So a fun way to end the night.
It will be. I've never called a PK shootout. I'm personally excited
Excellent.
and surprised that that was the way that they end these games of
Yeah.
All the broadcasts I've been a part of Soccer Night in Belmont, we haven't had the PK shootout.
Yeah. So usually there's a lot of theories on how you want to put your 5 together. Most people will put their stronger penalty shooters at 1, 3, and 5. Usually 1 and 3 are the top.
Why
because
is that?
you want to get someone off to a good start. People are nervous to start. You want it to go well right away. And a lot of times you want to have your last shooter also be strong, but sometimes you don't get to that last shooter.
So Borkowski is going to the net for Belmont. Etienne will likely join him down that side. Is it 1 against 1 or do they do 5?
You know, obviously this is now unofficial, but I believe they'll do 5. And it's a great opportunity to really, you know, have a look at something you could face later in the tournament. So I actually think it's a great opportunity to do.
Often state tournament games end on PKs. You got to be prepared for that. You got to get the experience for it. Great way to end the 7-year run for John Carson, Rob Gray. Biggest crowd. Now the most exciting way to end a soccer game.
Yes,
Purists might not like ending on PKs,
no,
but
not at all.
the ratings are high.
But you can't, in a game like this, you can't be playing more than the 80 minutes.
So Borkowski and Etienne, the opposing goaltenders, give a nice hug to each other down on that end, sign of respect.
They also know that they're kind of lonely both there as well.
You're exposed as a goalie in this. It's, you know, if you get 1 or 2 saves, it's an extraordinary performance. If the penalty kickers keep the ball on net, penalty kicker certainly has the advantage in these. When you played soccer, when you took PKs, did you aim low or high, Brian?
I just wanted to hit the net.
So we're waiting for the PKs to start. The first penalty kicker for Belmont will be their senior captain, Andy Bello. Andy's had a very strong game. Had a couple of decent opportunities. Coach Neiman sending him out there to set the tone. Bello a lefty, but it looks like he was trying to fake them out. Bello for the kick, and saved by Isaiah Etienne.
He guessed right.
Bello tried to fake him out, and Etienne called him on it. Great save. Now this looks like it's number 13 for Watertown, Jack Kelly, and he puts it into the net. Watertown goes up 1-0. The senior blows some kisses to the Belmont crowd.
Let's go, Sancho!
Quite confidently.
And I'll tell you one thing, I'm not sure if the coaches are saying great job or that's not what we're looking for right now.
Sajel Kenkray lines up his kick. Sajel hits the equalizer. 1-1 in PKs. Sajel saluted by his team. We'll see if Borkowski can come up with a save here. Looks like that's 19. Cyrus Kiani. For Watertown, he shoots, and Borkowski right on Brian. I thought he had
I
it.
thought he had the initial save, and he
He
just
guessed
went through.
right. And Cyrus Tiani relieved, looking at the sky as he comes out. Didn't think he would score on that one.
Goes down the books as 1 for 1 though for him.
Now, coming up for Belmont, their senior midfielder, Noe Abanel Badalana. Noe shoots, he scores! Upper right. Kind of relief, trying to get the crowd in it. For Belmont to have a chance, Burkowski has to come up big with one of these saves. We'll see if he can do it right here. Currently 2-2. Number here is 15 for Watertown, Michael Jokic. Jokic kicks in, Burkowski does come up with a save, and biggest celebration yet. It's 2-2.
Wasn't struck hard enough. I think so. I think you'd like that one back.
But guessed right again. Now coming up for Belmont, number 11, their senior vice captain, Lucas Alvarez Fernandez, to try to give Belmont the lead, which they haven't had yet in the PK rounds.
Yeah, because then you're starting to put even more pressure on the Watertown players.
Lucas kicks and he misses wide left. Etienne guessed the opposite way. It looked like it would be the goal. Lucas walks away deflated, now putting pressure on his sophomore goaltender. Burkowski has to come up with another save.
It is a tough way to lose.
This looks like number 22, Orlando Herrera. Lefty. He kicks it, another save by Burkowski. What a save, Brian. Guessed right, punched it out. Wow. So Alex Cook coming up.
So what happens now is that if you get through 5, then you have to get 6. It goes 1 by 1. So the first 5 obviously are slated in, and then after that it goes to a 6th round, a 7th round, an 8th round.
So if Alex Cook hits it here and Watertown is not able to equalize, Belmont will win. We'll see what Alex Cook can do. Cook kicks, saved by Etienne.
So if
again.
Watertown can put this in, they win.
Great goalie play by Isaiah Etienne. I can't see the number of the Watertown player coming up to take the potential.
I think it's number 7.
Number 7, their defender, Robert Iannetta, senior. Here goes Iannetta, he kicks it, he wins it for Watertown, and Watertown mobs their goalie, Isaiah Etienne. What a play. What a way to end it for Watertown. Heartbreaking way to lose it for Belmont. They're hugging their goalie, Thomas Borkowski. Watertown going over to their fans. Great turnout by Watertown. What a game. Brian, what do you think about the way that it ended?
You know, it's always tough. The good thing is it doesn't end your season. You still got the tie. but still a tough night to lose tonight. But overall, I think that you can see a lot of positives with Belmont. Great midfield play, I really thought, tonight from them. I thought Peter Gray and the defense was outstanding. And they had the better chances. I thought Belmont had a little bit of the run of play, but for Watertown, what a night. Like, they didn't have as many shots, but I thought the game plan by the Watertown coach was good, just to wait to a counterattack. It ends up 0-0, and they get the win.
Watertown played it like a tournament game.
Yes, and the Watertown goalie was exceptional.
He was
I mean, made a great diving save to keep it 0-0, was excellent in the penalty shootout, was clearly the MVP to me of the game was the Watertown goalie.
We'll see if you're right. You were right in the first game. We'll see in the second game. That is Isaiah Etienne. You gotta love winning it if you're the goalie.
Yeah.
You got to be disappointed if you're Belmont, but you got to love the excitement of Watertown. This is why you play these games. This will certainly be a night those players will always remember. We'll always remember Carson and Rob Gray and what they've done to establish this. The captains for Watertown are bringing the Phoenix Cup to celebrate as a team. Congratulations to the Watertown Raiders. And they're ready to make the announcement.
The cup goes over Common Street to Watertown tonight.
I have to hand it to the Watertown Raiders. They know how to celebrate.
They do. And you know what's nice for the Raiders is they're going to play. They're not in Division. I believe they're Division 3. I'm not sure. The school is smaller, so they play in the Middlesex League as one of the smallest teams. They're playing against good quality soccer night in and night out, which will get them tournament tough. And I think you saw the toughness tonight.
Stay tuned for the presentation of the Puma player of the match, man of the match in this case. It looks like it's going to be one of the Watertown players as they're waiting for the team to come back over. You could go likely with any of the players that converted on their penalty kicks, or you could go certainly with their goalie. We'll see who comes over. To not only win the soccer ball, but to win the new pair of Puma cleats.
Yeah. And so we're just waiting for that as people are filing out here of the stadium. It's been a great night. It's just been a great night. From the beginning of it to seeing all the kids being out in the field, to seeing two competitive games, just a wonderful night. Once again, put on by Rob Gray and John Carson. They're turning over the reins for next year, and hopefully this will be something that 10 years from now, 20 years from now, longer, will be something up.
The announcement coming from David Kane about the man of the match. Let's listen in. And Coach Frank Cassia is calling over their goalie. Isaiah Etienne, the Puma man of the match here at Soccer Night in Belmont. Well earned, Brian.
Well earned. I thought he controlled the box, made an incredible couple of saves, and was great in the shootout. It's well deserved.
So we thank you for joining us tonight from Harris Field. We thank the sponsors of Soccer Night in Belmont, Belmont Soccer Association, Phoenix Landing, the Friends of Belmont Soccer, certainly Belmont Media. We could not pull this off without Jeremy Reserve, Jeff Hansel and the entire team at Belmont Media. We thank them. We thank everybody in Watertown and Belmont who has contributed to making this a night that all these players will remember for the rest of their life. So for Jeremy Meserve on camera, for Brian Meringer on commentary, I'm Scott Landry saying so long from Belmont Harris Field, where the final score of our second game in penalty kicks, Watertown Raiders defeat the Belmont Marauders. Have a good night, everyone.